got up and scored a knockout of his own. And not to mention the atmosphere that night is an all-timer. Joshua Klitschko, just an absolutely electric atmosphere. But it's been a fascinating journey overall for Anthony Joshua, as we're now going to take a look at the making of Anthony Joshua, which is also available on DAZN.
It's in the game. It's in the game.
This was the moment that anti-Russian came.
This is the passion of Dino White. I thought there was going to be riots in the crowd, and I really did. In the space of 6 years, we've gone from being rule not to going to be one of the greatest heavyweights of all time.
Back here in our Friday Night Fight studio. Those we have an update on the career of rising star Andre Bishop. And while he certainly hasn't taken an easy road so far in his career, Bishop is poised to have his coming out party against top 15 middleweight contender Ricardo Alvarez, something virtually unheard of for a prospect with so few pro fights. What's more, the fight will take place in Alvarez's hometown of Chicago, although we can expect a few fans to make the trip from Philly.
What can I do for you, Mr.
What can I do for you, Mr. McQueen?
Andre,
I have to tell you.
I have to tell you something about your father.
Before he died,
he and I agreed to
I was going to get him a title shot
and let Gus stay on as manager.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, everybody. Joe Tessitore and Teddy Atlas welcoming you to the Aragon Ballroom here in Chicago, Illinois for a much-anticipated main event. The stage is set. Now the spotlight falls on the unbeaten, hot-rising prospect Andre Bishop as he takes his first major step up in facing middleweight contender Ricardo Alvarez. There's that right hand he scores with. The other day when we were talking to Andre Bishop, he said to have success in this fight, I have to land combinations. He landed a good one there. That is my favorite punch there is. A forceful uppercut by Andre Bishop. Solid left. Good flush shot upstairs. Committing to the head work. You see him go there again. Quick snapping hook, and it does damage. Be interested to see early on here how much of an advantage there is with speed. Andre Bishop's full of it. He has blazing hands, Teddy.
Can he keep it up all night long? I think he's going to have to.
Able to time that left hand and score with it. He got all into that one. That was a solid uppercut. A well-placed overhand right. Able to land another power shot early on here, Teddy. Does he have to worry about trying to keep up this pace?
No, I don't think so. If he keeps at this pace, he's not going to be around to worry.
He took a shot, but he came back with a right hand of his own. Bishop's starting to score at ease against his opponent there. Anytime you can land a three-punch combination, you're really hitting your groove. Flush right hand to the head. What an excellent two-punch combo by Andre Bishop.
The judges ain't even watching this fight. I can see it in their eyes. Queen fucked us. We're not winning any decisions tonight. You gotta knock this guy on the canvas. Understand? Knock him on his ass.
Here we go. Round 2 is underway. Well, this second round has brought out the best in Andre Bishop. He is unloading an attack. He scores with the jab there.
You know, Joe, a lot of times you think about a jab being used by an outside guy, but to get inside, you need a cover.
Oh, he is absolutely affected by that right hand. Never saw it coming. Worst kind of right hand you can catch. He should tie up here. Oh, what a huge power punch. The power punches of Andre Bishop just raining down on Ricardo Alvarez. This is why so many feel Andre Bishop has such a bright future. Look at the countering ability against Ricardo Alvarez. Here in round number 2, Andre Bishop's really opening up and he bombs away. That worked out really well. Throwing off the right hand after getting tagged like that. Took a shot, now he gives a left. A stinging uppercut by Andre Bishop. Really good work right there, landing the 2 punches in sequence by Andre Bishop. One shot, the left hand came in. Excellent hook by Andre Bishop. And that's the end of round 2.
Good job. You're standing straight up. You're standing straight up. Move that body. Move that body. You need to move that body more. Kenny, I gotta be honest with you. Based on what we saw in that last round, I didn't think we'd be broadcasting this round. I thought the fight would be over. It may be soon if his opponent can jump on him.
But this could be his only chance. I don't think he can last much longer. Maybe this is the moment where you expect your opponent to come after you fast. Maybe you grit yourself, you plant your feet, you draw a line in the center.
Solid right hand lands.
Keep going!
Opportunities because you got an opponent who's walking in a little bit. Now he has a chance to start to chuck something back at him a little bit.
Digs in with a good solid uppercut after taking one.
Pay him back!
Solid shot, the overhand left. Takes one, but gets one. Good work by Andre
Bishop. Two snapping jabs by Andre Bishop. Solid left hand to the head. He gets away from one and then brings it home with his own. Andre Bishop getting to his opponent's head. Nice job by Bishop with the power shot. And round 3 comes to an end. So a new round is underway here, but will it be just where we left off? Remember, the bell rang in that last round to keep this fight going. He was taking a beating.
You know, I hope that he watched some Houdini movies. I really do, because he's going to have to do a Houdini to get out of this.
Oh, a nice two-punch combo by Andre Bishop. A well-targeted jab that time. Bishop's dominating the action so far tonight. These middle rounds are showing that his style of coming at you and trying to get you is working out.
Yeah, it's worked out so far. We'll see whether or not his opponent makes an adjustment. He doesn't do well with guys that move.
Targeting the uppercut, and it works. Good combination to the head. Here's one for you now, he says. Right back with the left hand. Bishop's doing really well on the outside. Well, he's committed to the left hand, and it's paying off here.
He's coming!
Hits him in the mug with the right. He's got confidence he can track, and he just did there.
And he had the distance, Joe, the height that he wanted to set up that punch.
Teddy, I think he's going to go down. Oh! That was a big shot that floored him, and it's a big shot that may end him right here.
That looked like the great pitcher, Great Maddox, his single ball. Boy, it went down quick.
We were ready to make a move. My future looked bright. My future looked bright.
Nice place.
Nice place.
Gym's closed, fellas.
Gym's closed, fellas.
We didn't come here to work out.
We didn't come here to work out.
What's going on?
What's going on?
We came to have a little talk.
We came to have a little talk. I thought they were McQueen's thugs, but they were cops. Dirty cops on McQueen's payroll.
Wrong fucking move, kid.
Wrong fucking move.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Brian Kenny, and welcome to Friday Night Fights here on ESPN. Before we get into tonight's action, some shocking news this week involving middleweight prospect and amateur gold medalist Andre Bishop. Reports are coming in that Bishop has been arrested for allegedly carrying an unlicensed firearm and assaulting 2 police officers. Details remain spotty, but the word is there was an altercation in the late hours of the evening between Bishop and the police at Parisi's boxing club, the gym where Bishop trains.
The word of two decorated police officers was all it took. My dreams, freedom, everything was taken from me. Nobody could help me. Had to help myself. I couldn't let this place beat me. I did what I had to do. I fought.
Those crackers been talking so much about kicking your ass. They think they can take you one-on-one. I had to agree to some conditions. Bare knuckles. No rest. No rounds. Fighting until somebody quits. Or can't get up.
I like those conditions.
I like those conditions.
And let's go get it on. And let's go get it on. Remember now, professional boxing shit ain't gonna help you here. You got to knock this motherfucker out.
physical advantages over his opponent, Richie Rivera, here tonight. Tupac or the Popeye song? Corey, which one do you like? I have to go Tupac. Second.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, live on
Sky Sports box office and the zone, we are set to go with a special cruiserweight attraction. It's all being brought to you courtesy of Ministry of Sport, Skill Challenge Entertainment, Matchroom Boxing, K2 Promotions in association with U6 17 and 258 Management. We're sponsored by JD Sports. Introducing your 3 judges scoring this contest from ringside. From Ireland, David Irving. From Mexico, Juan Carlos Rayo. And from Belgium, Daniel Van der Wiel. And at the sound of the bell, your third man in the ring from the United States of America, referee Frank Garza. And now, ladies and gentlemen, 10 rounds of boxing scheduled in the cruiserweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, wearing the white, purple, and gold. He's scaled at 88.4 kilos. His professional record, a perfect one. 21 fights, 21 victories, 16 of them coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of Hartford, Connecticut, USA. Please welcome the undefeated Richard Popeye the Sailorman Rivera. And his opponent across the ring fighting out of the blue corner. He wears the black and white with the gold piping. He's scaled already 90.3 kilos. His professional record, 26 victories, 3 defeats, 3 draws, with 16 wins coming by way of knockout. He fights out of Las Vegas, Nevada, by way of Stockholm, Sweden. Here is the former 2-division champion of the world, Badu Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper.
All right, both of you have your trucks right where I like them. So keep the punches off the trucks. Touch them up, come out of the bell. May the best man win.
Richard Rivera admitted that he's really a light heavyweight, but he will fight at cruiserweight because he says he's a fighter, and this is too big of an opportunity to pass up. For Badu Jack, he's looking at Rivera as the next step towards potential cruiserweight title shot. Round 1 underway. This one's scheduled for 10. Badu Jack in the black trunks trimmed with white. Richie Rivera in the Lakers or Vikings colors. Both men coming off knockout victories. And Rivera going right after Badu Jack. That's a couple of right hands go, but they're caught on the guard of Badu Jack. And that's really the defensive style of Badu Jack Chris Algieri, is that really tight guard, hands close to the body. Sometimes things will look a little worse than they actually are when they're landing on his arms.
Absolutely, and it's actually a very effective defense against a wide swinging shot with the way that we're seeing from Rivera right now. He's got those kind of slapping, hooking right hands over the top. Keeping that guard up and stepping into the punch is actually much safer than pulling away.
Jack jumps in with a left hook. Right hand lands to the body.
That's a good little shot there by Rivera felt that. You can see Rivera, he uses that jab kind of as a prod to walk you into a looping right hand. Doesn't really snap the punch. If I'm Badu Jack, only thing I'm looking at is that chin way up in the air as he moves to his left side, which is into Badu Jack's right hand.
Yeah, the way Rivera fights with that guard down, you better be exceptionally quick to fight that way, otherwise you're going to get caught. Well, to that point, I think the string of knockouts for Rivera is probably a little bit of a red herring, because stylistically, Rivera kind of projects as more of a defense-first mover, I would say.
He's definitely a mover. But his footwork isn't particularly clean. Doesn't seem to be on balance as he moves laterally, and that chin up in the air is glaring. Jack, the veteran, he hasn't really let that right hand go yet. I believe he's looking for that perfect opportunity.
Rivera misses over the top of the left. So one of the criticisms about Jack throughout his career has been that he's a slow starter. But he says that Jonathan Banks has kind of taken that out of him, that mentally there is an insistence in the camp to start fast.
I think the unorthodox style of Rivera, it might be good to be a little bit of a slow starter. Make sure you can see where some of these wild shots are coming from so you don't get caught with anything that you're not aware of.
10 seconds of the opening round.
Good little right hand there over the top from Rivera, landing just over the glove of Badger Jack.
We're going to take a look back at some of the action from the opening round.
And these are those sweeping wide shots from Rivera. As I said, he uses that left hand as kind of a clawing, range-finding prod, and then swings those looping right hands, trying to go around the guard of Badger Jack. Here we see Badger Jack on the way in response to those wide shots. Comes in with a sweeping left hook upstairs, and then digs a nice right hand to the body. He's pretty deep into the ribs there, Rivera. See him buckle over. Just a touch.
Round 2 underway. By far the biggest fight in the career of Richard Rivera. He says that the earnings from this fight is to put them towards charitable efforts, including a missionary trip to Guatemala and to Peru. This is over the top of the left hook. It gets cracked with a right hand from Badger Jack.
Both men swung for the fences there. Badger Jack's punch is just a little bit tighter.
Drop security, Drop security. It's work, it's over now.
Allowing it to happen.
One thing about Rivera, he's coming up and away from light heavyweight. He's seeing that quickness and his ability to react, respond, and change direction. Trying to fire back. Good combination there from Badger Jack. Lands up right over the top.
Same
And
here.
he goes back to the body.
Same here.
Pedigree that he has.
Same as you, Ma.
Rivera's credit, he is showing confidence in his offense here. He's not been afraid to let his hands go. And now is at least staying within range of Badger Jack. A little bit more than you would expect. A good uppercut connects from Rivera there.
I get it.
Rivera's actually
Goes on.
those punches on in terms of their trajectory. You know,
like 10 o'clock at night. The sagas. You know, you. Second, said good morning, and went back in his room. Eating Doritos and water, ate a muffin. Such as. Probably get pizza later, huh? Yeah, what you want?
Jack fairly judicious with his punch output in this round. There's the right hand of the body.
Smart
Fires
Jack.
back, and look at that. A couple of uppercuts sneak through on the inside from Rivera.
Would be smart of Jack to focus on the body, try and slow down the younger, speedier Rivera. He really hasn't been able to build on anything thus far.
Stiff jab from Badu Jack in that exchange. It's a right hand over the top and a good left hook downstairs. Maybe something to build upon for Badu Jack here. Perhaps this needs to be an inside fight for the Ripper.
6 to 8 small shots, not 1 or 2 big shots.
Great advice in the corner by Jonathan Banks there in the corner of Badu Jack. 6 to 8 small shots, not 2 or 3 big ones. And I think that should be the game plan from here on out, because Rivera seems to be outworking, out hustling Badu Jack these last couple rounds.
And the punch stats, as you see on our screen here,
nice stiff jab there.
Verify that, Richard Rivera. He's outthrowing Badu Jack to this point.
Neither man has been very effective thus far, but it does seem that it's easier to lean against the man who is here.
Another uppercut there from Richard Rivera. All right, Chris Mannix, we have to go to you. How would you score this fight so far?
Yeah, I've got 2 rounds to 1 in favor of Richard Rivera. And honestly, this very easily could be a shutout in favor of Rivera. I actually gave Jack the benefit of the doubt in that second round. I thought he was more active early on, landed some cleaner punches, but Rivera just looks so much more comfortable, and Jack is not letting his hands go enough.
Again, you hear Jonathan Banks, the trainer of Badu Jack, reminding him, don't worry about the big shots, go for the small shots.
What's a small shot look like, Chris? What is he referring to there?
He just wants to let his hands go in combination, not just look for the one shot that are going to ooze in the eyes. He needs to break Rivera down, and you're going to do that with combinations. Sometimes when you have a guy in there who's awkward and looks like he's open for big shots, you'll load up for the one highlight reel shot. When really setting it up is when you're not looking for it.
A couple of moments ago, Jack landed a nice crisp body shot right along the belt line, but Rivera just flurried out and kept his feet moving. And perhaps this is following the pattern of so many prior Badu Jack fights, which is that maybe in the second half of this fight, Badu Jack starts to come alive.
You gotta be careful though, Corey. In many of those Badu Jack fights, they were 12-round championship level fights. This is 10 rounds, so he's gonna have to get it going sooner rather than later.
Great point.
A lot less time to work with for Badu Jack.
Not to mention, he's a much younger, fresher man in front of him. Badu Jack, 38 years of age. Ooh, big left hand shot there from Rivera.
Good sweeping hook there from Rivera. Tries to capitalize on it with a right hand. It snuck through the guard of Badu Jack as well. Less than a minute left to go here in round 4. As Jack leaps in with a left hook. That's one of the hallmarks of Jack's offense. And Jack again taking what he's given. Just banging away to the body with a free hand, but now Rivera. Yeah, not all of this is landing, but he's remaining active. Some of it is eye-catching.
But that was a lot of work put out by Rivera. It would be smart for Badu Jack to capitalize now. Get back to the body. Put some physical pressure on the younger man who's never been in this kind of fight.
That Rivera's doing exactly what Jonathan Banks told Badu Jack to do. Not worrying about one big punch, just kind of flicking away, landing 5-6 combinations, scoring punches.
Yeah, it's not the prettiest thing in the world, but Rivera's scrapping. I like it when he's making it work.
Less than 10 seconds to go here in the 4th round. As Richard Rivera looking for a massive upset over the former champion Badu Jack.
Dramatic scorecard is that man right there, Popeye.
Yeah, 3 rounds to 1 in favor of Rivera at this point. He just looks really comfortable out there. And Badu Jack, he's going to apply this kind of pressure, keep going back to the same point, but he's got to throw punches in those situations. Rivera, he doesn't look like he's fatiguing at this stage of the fight.
Round 5 begins. Again, the unorthodox style of Richard Rivera troubling Badu Jack to this point in the fight.
And Chris, to your point, Jack's not making him work, so he's not going to necessarily tire out if he keeps this pace the way it is.
I think one thing that Rivera is doing well to this point is just taking what he's given. Even if what Badu is giving him is just his guard, he's touching gloves, he's touching arms, and Jack to this point hasn't figured out a way to consistently counter Rivera. He has landed some hard shots, but they haven't come consistently quite yet.
And you could say those aren't big punches, those aren't impactful punches, but when contrasted against the nothing that's coming back, they're going to be the ones that win the round.
Yep. Makes it very easy to score. Got one man throwing punches, whether they're landing clean or not. The other man's not.
He's really been able to slip past that guard with that right hook too. He's landed that a few times, loaded up, and landed that a couple of times.
Jack again banging away the body and left hook. Connects there for Jack. And Rivera wisely ties him up.
I heard a little verbal acknowledgement there from Rivera from one of those body shots. I don't know if it was low or if it was a clean, effective shot.
Rivera throws the right hand to the body, but Jack says, nope, it's on my back. Replies with the right hand and lands clean.
I will say, as a fighter, whenever I see a guy pushing his trunks down, I just want to hit him in the body, because I know he's breathing. I know he's thinking about his breaths.
Well, you heard from Badu Jack's corner, they think that Rivera's getting tired. Now, do they see that, or is that kind of a confidence booster for their fight?
Honestly, I thought I saw it, but I think Rivera has actually rebounded quite well. He's finding a really good counter there from Jack.
Hard right hand connects for Jack. Rivera now firing back. You see the spacing of this fight maybe starting to change. Jack starting to hold his ground in close a little bit more than we saw in the opening 4 rounds.
Yeah, it seems like Rivera may be feeling the pressure now that Jack has been putting on. He has been throwing more punches as well. Batty Jack, I mean.
Rivera saying he's stepping on my foot, I can't go anywhere.
Oh, good double uppercut on the inside from Rivera.
That's a couple times now Rivera has leaned into that uppercut a couple of times. Jack falls short with a right hand coming out of the clinch there.
But again, if you notice the movement, Batty Jack is consistently following. He's not cutting off the ring. He's not sidestepping to the right. It's allowing Rivera to get out of range and not take any punches. Here you see where much of the round was spent with Rivera's back against the ropes. A lot of pressure by Batty Jack, but Rivera is still the man who's been busier, who's been finding the holes. Here you see the double uppercut on the inside, which he's been effective a few times throughout the night. And a lot of Batty Jack covering up while Rivera works.
I'm always interested when I see fighters standing in the corner between rounds, what the rationale is behind that.
Yeah, is it strategy or ego? That's always the question.
No, like, an example, Katie Taylor did it in her fight against Amanda Serrano, the first half of that fight. She did it because she had been dealing with leg issues. In previous fights, they wanted to keep her legs stretched out, I guess, in those moments. But I would just think that the best course of action is always to sit down.
Yeah,
relax.
Let the legs out, relax.
Oh, big right hand connects there from Jack. A vintage Batty Jack shot leaping in. And that was the athleticism, again, that was the hallmark of his offense at 68 and 75. It was those unexpected explosions that allowed him to have the success that he did.
It was actually a really beautiful, simple technical setup. He dropped his head, dropped his level, which brought Rivera's gloves down, and Batty Jack went over the top. Like I said, those looping shots, often you lose sight of them, and then they hit you when you don't expect it. Good left hook on the inside as well.
Rivera just touching Batty Jack on the inside, but Jack turns him around and rips a hard left hook to the body.
Right away, you see a little mark under the left eye of Rivera from that overhand right.
Definitely one of the more emphatic shots of the fight thus far. Likely the best one for Batty Jack.
Looks like that shot gave him a little confidence too. Just you can tell his swagger and his stance. Another uppercut there from Rivera. Too much waiting here. This is where Batty Jack needs to be working. He's allowing the young man to rest, catch his breath, and get ready for another salvo of uppercuts and overhand rights.
And if you get him in the corner like that, dig to the body. Dig to the body. There you go. Exactly like that.
You heard it
Rivera spins him around, and now Rivera bangs Batty Jack to the body. He'll be admonished by Frank Garza for that one. A little bit of a disagreement between Rivera and Garza as far as what happened there. Well, as I mentioned a couple rounds ago, Garza, the referee, seems to be willing to let things go here. Let these guys work themselves out of it. I think Rivera wants him to step in a little more often.
I don't think I've seen anything too glaring from either side. I like to let the guys fight on the inside. Find a way out. If one hand's free, punch with it.
Best ref is an invisible ref.
Yes. Amen to that.
There's another flurry there from Rivera a moment ago that ended with a hard right hand to the body. Again, Rivera willingly walking himself to the perimeter with his back to the ropes, and Jack not able to capitalize as often as perhaps he'd want to.
Good round from Batty Jack there.
Marusik arriving here in the arena wearing the traditional Ukrainian garb, as he has been all throughout fight week. An immense amount of pressure and immense burden on this man's shoulders as he heads into the biggest fight of his career. Immense pressure, Corey, but also immense motivation. Everything he said this week about hearing from fighters on the front line in Ukraine, hearing from politicians there, hearing from his people, this guy's coming in as motivated perhaps as any fighter in recent memory. Round 7 of what has turned out to be a very interesting cruiserweight contest between Badou Jack and Richard Popeye the Sailor Man Rivera, who has shown himself to this point to be much more than just a bombastic personality. He's giving Badou Jack all he can handle right now.
This has been a fun fight so far. I'm enjoying the contrasting styles. Ooh, overhand right again from Badou Jack to open up the round. You've got the brash, wild style of the young Rivera, and you've got the methodical veteran setting up beautiful shots like that one. Slowly but surely fighting his way back into this fight.
That punch just missed Rivera's chin.
The pressure seems to be building, and it seems like Rivera's starting to feel it. Oh, good uppercut on the inside.
Another good uppercut from Rivera. Oh, you're right, Chris, that punch just missed Rivera's chin. I thought it caught him on the temple, but Rivera did fire back. And to his credit, when Jack lands, whether what Rivera throws back in reply is landing or not, he's throwing something. He's trying to erase the memory in the judge's eyes of what just happened. It will work. We'll find out at the end of the fight. But Rivera, I think, is doing what he can with his ability right now.
Really excellent left hook to the body from Badou Jack. Changed the body language of Rivera as he stepped back.
Just missed again. That left hook from Jack. Jack has really started to pick things up since the 5th round.
Yeah, he's had success with the overhand right for round 6 and the beginning of round 7, but also now he's trying to find a home for that left hook. He's missing by millimeters at this point.
And you watch the way Rivera has been fighting these last couple of rounds, mouth open, breathing through there. Some signs of fatigue early on.
And that's what I meant about the pressure melting.
Yeah, you can definitely see Rivera taking that deep breath in through the nose, out through the mouth.
Not to mention the real estate of the fight. It seems like Badou Jack's doing a good job making the ring smaller and smaller. Rivera's spending more and more time on those ropes. But again, to your point earlier, you made last round, Chris, on the inside, just let those hands go. If you're Badou Jack, bang the body, bang both sides, look for everyone from the inside.
Ooh, right hand connects for Badou Jack. Rivera tries to apply, but that is a right hand that just sinks in there, right to the body. That was a Badou Jack. Great body shot for Badou Jack right there. Jack maybe starting to feel like he's eroding some of the energy of Richard Rivera. He's still very defiant, very pesky here, round after round, even right to the bell.
Yeah, another very good round for Badou Jack there. Here we see some of the action. There's that uppercut, actually thrown up with both hands that time from Richard Rivera. This has been one of the most consistent and effective weapons for either man all night long. Has been that right uppercut splitting the guard of Badou Jack.
As round 8 begins, you saw the punch stats just a moment ago. And according to the statisticians, just a handful of punches landed separating Jack and Rivera, but the work rate of Rivera substantially higher than Jack at this point. Again, that isn't what necessarily wins fights, but it's definitely noted.
It's going to be interesting to see if this fight goes the distance, what the judges appreciate.
The five really, the power from Richard Rivera has gone way down. They've become much more sloppy.
Right there from Jack.
And the big power is coming from Jack.
Again, a little bit of a level change there from Jack. They're coming over the top. A big sweeping right hand connects on the temple of Richard Rivera, who, to his credit again, has been able to take these shots. There have been some heavy shots from Badu Jack that he's let go. And Rivera, at least visibly, hasn't quite been hurt yet.
Some swelling around the right eye of Badu Jack.
Hey, if anyone can fight through adversity when it comes to cuts or swelling, it's Badu Jack.
That's a great point. He garnering that huge scar in the middle of his forehead from the Marcus Brown fight. One of the worst cuts I've ever seen. Oh, big right hand.
Another right hand comes over the top from Badu Jack. Richard Rivera, no stranger to adversity in his life. Growing up in a troubled household, at one point was out on his own while he was in high school, living off of food stamps. And he's one of these guys for whom boxing has really saved his life and given him a life and a purpose in it.
The body language of Rivera is a man who is very tired. He's deep in a fight that he's never been. Deep with a fighter he's never been in with, or a type of fighter he's never been in with. And Badu Jack, who was putting a lot of pressure on the last two rounds, kind of pulled off the gas pedal a little bit here in round number 8.
Well, Jack, outside of his fight against Blake McKernan, which did go 8 rounds. Left hook, the next there from Jack. Jack hasn't really had to battle this late in a fight as a cruiserweight, but he's turning it on right now.
Smart there to keep banging the body on the inside. Oh, another big leaping left hook.
A leaping shot from Jack, and a right hand comes over the top. Badu Jack swinging away. Feels like he has something here.
A lot of holding from Rivera. Oh, beautiful body shot.
A body shot connects for Badu Jack. And guys, I think that this round has gone on far too long. We're now over 4 minutes into this round by our calculation. And so no wonder Richard Rivera is looking exhausted. This should not be happening.
No, it shouldn't. If I'm Richard Rivera, I'm furious at what's happening.
That's an unacceptable mistake.
That is a big deal.
Well, we'll get back to that in a moment, but let's look at what did happen in this round that was weak.
Yeah, Rivera was throwing multiple left hooks, trying to pepper Badu Jack, when Badu came at a huge left hook out of the crouch. Here we see it. Beautiful shot. Cracks Rivera right on the cheekbone. You see that shot go all the way down to his heels. And then from then on, the rest of the round, it actually was beyond the actual round. Badu Jack was pummeling Rivera along the ropes, landing leaping hook after leaping hook, as well as uppercuts and overhand rights on the inside.
Let me tell you something. This fight is very close. And if Jack winds up winning by a point, most of the damage that got done in that last round was done in the minute that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
I'd be furious if I was Rivera.
Absolutely.
Excellent point. Excellent point.
And we just got word that that round was 3 minutes and 58 seconds total. So
You're a timekeeper. You have one job. One job.
Anything other than Rivera winning this fight, and that's going to be a point of contention.
So round 9 underway after a bizarre set of circumstances in round 8 that definitely benefited Badu Jack. All of that good work, as you pointed out, Chris Mannix, all of that occurred after the round should have been over.
You can make an argument, sorry, Chris, you can make an argument that Rivera would have won that round had it ended the 3-minute mark. He wasn't landing big shots, but he was more active as he's been throughout the course of this fight, and Bobby Jack just teed off in that final minute.
I probably would agree with that. I think Rivera was doing some good work that round. It wasn't one of his best rounds, but definitely more active than Jack was.
Well, in the case of the judges here, it's kind of like when a knockdown is scored that ought not to have. The judges have to score what did actually happen. So they kind of have to give that round to Badu Jack, even if that should have never happened at all. Some terrible luck for Richard Rivera.
Either way, if I'm Jack, I am pouring it on this round.
Right hand down the middle. That might have been the first straight right hand that Jack landed in this fight. The one that split the guard of Rivera.
Yeah, nice one too. Right down the middle.
Rivera's got to find a way to keep showing Jack angles. Can't stand right in front of him. Got to move off to the side and try to land his big shots that way.
Well, he landed a good left hook doing just that a moment ago. Even that shot right there got him out of danger, even though it landed on the guard of Badu Jack. It got Rivera off the ropes. Now back in offensive position. Sneaky body shot there for Badu Jack.
Rivera doing a good job of being smart using his legs in this round.
A leaping left hook again from Jack, and Rivera ties him up.
That was partially blocked too. Far from the wall.
Rivera being warned by Frank Garza. Stop holding on.
Rivera's going to be careful when he goes into the corners. He's kind of bouncing off the ropes every time, and Jack's going to be able to time that.
Go ahead, cut on the inside there, splits the guard. Picks up the head of Jack.
Flash your heads there. You saw Badu Jack wincing. We'll see if there's any visible effect. As the seconds tick away here in the 9th round of one that projects to be very interesting should it go to the scorecards. And there was an appropriately timed round.
One thing, this is the one problem we have. You're trying to go where he's going with the punch. You got to, with that footwork, you got to anticipate where that motherfucker going. You go to the right, stop and shoot. You got to learn to stop and shoot. You got to anticipate where he's going. This is all your rhythm, all your round right now. This is the whole round of everything. Last round. Last round. You got to go. Last round. You got to go.
Between Badu Jack and Richard Popeye the Sailor Man Rivera, it has turned out to be far more competitive and far more interesting than most would have thought heading into this one.
I really like and agree with the corner advice of Jonathan Banks. He said you need to anticipate where this man is going. He's following him too much. I've been saying that all night long. Badu Jack has been following Rivera around the ring instead of cutting off and punching to where he's going to be.
If you're Badu Jack right now, how confident are you in your positioning on the judges' scorecards? Or are you really stepping on the gas here in the 10th?
No, you can't be confident if you're Badu Jack. You started this fight off too slowly. Your corner has been telling you between rounds what adjustments to make, so clearly they know this fight's not in the bag. You got to come out and let it all hang out there.
Well, we saw the punch stats between rounds, and I think that tracks with what we've been seeing. I think that Badu Jack probably has been more accurate, right? When he does throw, he often is landing, but Rivera has just been so busy like this that you do have to question what the ringside judges are seeing right now.
Yeah, I mean, that was the fight in microcosm in terms of CompuBox scorecards. You have Rivera throwing a ton of punches, not landing too many of them, and the ones that aren't that clean, and Batty Jack countering with hard, clean counters that are having an effect. But the first half of this fight looked entirely different than the second half of the fight, so very interesting fight to score.
Minute 20 remaining in this contest. It could get very interesting on the scorecards. And again, supposing the data is correct, that Batty Jack has landed more than Richard Rivera, you know, if he has landed the cleaner, better shots, then perhaps he should be the winner of this fight. But that's a separate conversation from what the judges are seeing ringside right now.
Well, the way that the 10-point must system works, like every round is scored as if it's a different contest. So it's not going to matter when you look at the CompuBox at the end so much as it does when you look at it round to round.
Particularly because the bonus minute that was afforded to Batty Jack a couple of rounds ago probably has a lot to do with his punch stats.
Great point.
Final 30 seconds of this contest. Big right hand comes right down the middle from Batty Jack. Maybe one last opportunity to make certain of what the result of this fight will be.
You know, that combination right there tells the story of what has been working for Batty Jack. It's just keeping it simple. Let your hands go, like that. Let your hands go and keep it simple.
Oh. And that will do it. Batty Jack and Richard Rivera go 10 very interesting rounds and very different reactions from Rivera and Jack. And again, that doesn't mean that Jack thinks that he lost the fight, but certainly I think this is more Rivera probably exceeded his own expectations.
He certainly exceeded mine. I thought he put on a very entertaining fight and a competitive one.
Rivera said prior to this fight that Batty Jack won't last 10 rounds, but if he does, it will be 10 rounds of torture. I don't know if it's torture that Batty Jack underwent, but it was certainly frustration at times.
Yeah, here's some replays from that last round. Batty Jack, as you mentioned, Corey, he didn't throw a lot of straight right hands until the last few rounds. Here we're seeing him throw multiple in the last round, all of which landed right down the middle. Very clean, straight right hands were a big success in round number 10. But I will say, Richard Rivera has shown a lot of grit, a lot of heart, and a good chin.
Let's take a look at Chris Mannix's scorecard. Chris, 95-95
Yeah,
overall.
I've got it dead even. If the judges' scorecard mirrors mine, I am curious to see how they scored that 8th round. If they all three gave it to Jack, because that was the round that went a minute longer than it should have. But a very competitive fight. One guy, Jack, the bigger puncher. The other guy, Rivera, the more accurate puncher. We'll see what the judges deem more appropriate. And he sticks with the shtick, Corey. What's the problem?
That's not too bad. I respect it. We'll see. Judges see this one. Be a life and career-changing victory for Rivera. If they hand it to him, he can get the premium finish. If he wins this one. Looks like we're ready. Let's send it down to our ring announcer, David Diamante.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds of action here in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, we go to the judges' scorecards. David Irvin, 96-94, Richard Rivera. Juan Carlos Barrio, 96-94 for Batty Jack. And Daniel Handel scores this bout 96-94 for your winner by split decision, Batty Jack the Ripper.
Look, I don't have a problem with the decision. I had it 95-95, but there were enough kind of swing rounds that I thought could have gone either way. But again, Bobby Jack, most likely on all three judges' scorecards, got the benefit of the doubt in that 8th round, a round that went 4 minutes, and in a round where he did most of his damage in that final illegal minute.
And that's a great point, because that kind of damage that's done in that extra minute, which should never happen, obviously, in a contest, you know, that goes with you for rounds. Damage is taken in round 8 doesn't go away in round 9.
Well, it also calls into question, you know, what is the accountability now for a mistake like that? Let's get to that in a moment. Let's hear from Bobby Jack.
Victory, a split decision. Did you think we've done enough?
Yeah, I think I did enough. Very awkward, ugly style, so I kind of fell into his skin. I have the experience, but yeah, it wasn't my best night, but we got the job done. That's the main thing.
There wasn't a lot of footage available when he went in the build-up, and like you say, he was unorthodox. Felt like down the stretch you found some rhythm and you managed to time him, but first half, unable to pin him down.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's hard to find a guy that's just trying to survive, run, awkward, hold and shit, but yeah, a fight is not 3 rounds, so that's good. But we got to make something better.
What next for you? Is it the quest and the hunger still there to win a world title in a third-weight division?
Definitely. I got to step my game up. I can't fight like this. But no, alhamdulillah, I want to thank Skip Shines and Prince Shines for the opportunity, and we're going to do better next time.
Thank you. Congratulations and well done.
Very much. Thank you.
And we're going to grab a quick word with Richard Rivera. Richard, what's going through your mind there at the final go? You think you've done enough?
I felt like I definitely did enough. I'm a little hurt because I really believe in the boxing judging system. I felt like regardless of the odds were against me, I came into his turf, I came under his stipulations, and I still did my thing. I felt like I did enough for the victory. I believe in the justice system, and I guess it failed me that time. But I'm not discouraged. If anybody knows me, it's Popeye Rivera. I'm strong to the finish because I that's finished, and this ain't gonna be the last you can see me. I will become a world champion. Anybody in my weight class, watch out, because I'm not forced to be reckoned with.
Would you call for a rematch? It was a split decision. There's enough evidence that it was a close fight.
I would love a rematch, but I doubt somebody like him would take it, especially on my turf. I felt like I hit him with some shots. I felt like I was outboxing him 90% of the boxing round, 90% of the boxing fight, and he still walked away with the victory. I know he doesn't feel good about this victory.
Thanks for talking to us.
Since everybody signing with D.L. McQueen.
Yo, Mr. McQueen told me Pop was gonna do the same thing.
And you believe it?
I believe this. Yo, Mr. McQueen has done a lot for me. And Dre, I'm gonna be smart. I'm gonna let him keep doing it.
It'd be smart to stay away from McQueen.
I ain't you, Dre. I'm me. I'm a heavyweight, Mr. McQueen. Mr. McQueen believes I can be the champ. I'm going for it, brother. I gotta do what's best for me.
How's Gus taking him?
Raymond, no. I didn't have no choice, Dre. Gus can't give me a shot at the title. Mr. McQueen can. Dad realized that too late, and I can't make that same mistake. I gotta do what's best for me and not what's best for Gus. Dre. Come on, man. You understand.
It's like that.
It's like that.
It's like that, Dre.
It's like that, Dre.
It's like that.
It's like that.
Here's a decision that immediately affected a fighter and put him in.
Gus retired from boxing. Isaac Frost became heavyweight champion. Baby brother was fulfilling his dream. And here, it's the same old business.
Time to skin another head. motherfucker. This shit is a finish.
What the hell are you talking about?
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm ready to fight right now.
I'm ready to fight right now. Get your boy ready.
Whoa.
You just had a fight, he ain't had time to rest. I don't fucking care, Ace. He's gonna fight me right now, or there's gonna be serious problems. Okay?
Fuck it.
Let's go.
Let's go. served my full sentence.
I lost my youth.
I lost my youth.
I lost my career.
I lost my career.
I lost my dream.
I lost my dream.
Now what?
Now what?
Baby brother got me a job.
Baby brother got me a job as an assistant trainer.
Listen for the bell, man.
Listen for the bell, man.
Relax.
Relax.
Potter boy.
Potter boy.
Very lucky for
Very lucky for an ex-con to have a job.
That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see.
A brother
taking care of his brother. Andre, welcome back.
Raymond?
Queen. Raymond?
Andre,
you remember Mr. Franco. Mr. Franco has retired from the force. Works for me now.
Must be a big change
You
for
learned
him.
to stay out of trouble. You learned to stay out of trouble.
Now he's learned his lesson.
Andre.
I'm sorry the way things worked out for you.
But I've been taking good care
of Raymond while you were away. We can't afford distractions. I hope we can count on you to help your brother.
Good just to be back in the gym.
It was good to see baby brother
doing his thing. And it was good to be back in the gym.
Put your weight in your lead foot.
Turn your hips more.
It'll increase your power.
There you go.
Thanks for the advice.
Jim's got a reputation. Can't have people looking in here seeing you slapboxing.
Jokes, huh? Jokes, huh? Nice. I was starting to think you didn't like me.
Being on the outside takes some getting used to. Guess I'm still adjusting.
I like you just fine, man.
I like you just fine, man. Always have.
So after the first fight, it was a surprise how much
I never liked Mason Brooks.
What the fuck was that, Brooks?
The fuck was that, Brooks? Supposed to be sparring. Oh, fuck you, has-been.
Shit wasn't low.
Shit wasn't low.
Fuck you know about it anyway.
Fuck you know about it anyway. You ain't even a fighter no more. Why don't you go clean some toilets or something? Whatever.
Yeah. That's right, bitch.
That's right, bitch. Go clean them toilets.
Yeah, I left something in there.
Yeah, I left something in there for you, too.
Yo, Brooks, chill out.
Oh, what?
Oh, what?
You want to do something about it?
You want to do something about it?
Get out of the ring, Ray.
Get out of the ring, Ray.
Dre.
Raymond, get out of the ring.
beat up one of my heavyweights.
Look, I'm sorry.
Look, I'm sorry. All right, we were sparring. I didn't want to.
Mason Brooks is an asshole. He needed that beatdown. I like him better already.
In that case, I'm happy
to help Mason become a better person.
Mason's a ranked heavyweight. You whipped a ranked heavyweight. You're still in great shape, Andre.
I can get you work
as a sparring partner.
Are you serious?
Antoine
Barr's camp starts in 2 weeks.
You want to see me?
Have a seat.
Have a seat.
You sparred with two heavyweights, and you whipped both their asses. Andre, you could make a comeback.
How am I going to do that? And how am I going to do
With
that?
my help?
With my help?
I still want to be your manager.
I still want to be your manager, Andre.
How's your father feel about that? How's your father feel about that?
I no longer work for DL.
I no longer work for DL.
We have philosophical differences.
differences.
But I can get you a license.
I can get you a license, and I can get you a fight.
You want to fight?
If you want to fight.
Of course he wants to fight. It's in his blood, Gus. I'm coming out of retirement too, kid.
Told you I'd change his mind.
Jailhouse boxing makes you tough, but it ain't professional. You know that, kid. You're a heavyweight. You're a heavyweight now. Heavyweight is a different world than middleweight. I don't want you to embarrass yourself. So look, we're gonna start with a couple of low-key fights in Mexico. These guys are durable, and they will be coming to fight.
in association with Usyk 17, 258 Management, and OPI 682. We're sponsored by JD Sports. This bout is sanctioned under the auspices of the Middle East Professional Boxing. The head of commission is Jose Mohan, and the World Boxing Council. The president, Mauricio Suma. The supervisor is Peter Stuckey. Introducing your three judges scoring this contest from ringside. From South Korea, Jun Lim. From Mexico, Omar Mintun Sr. And from Canada, Craig Metcalf. And to set it up, your third man in the ring from Panama, referee Hector Afu. And now, ladies and gentlemen, 12 rounds of boxing scheduled for the WBC Light Heavyweight World Title Eliminator. Introducing first, fighting in the red corner, he wears the white trunks with the red and the blue trim. He scales 79.15 kilos. His professional record, 21 victories, only 1 defeat. He has 12 wins coming by way of knockout. Fighting out and in Beaumont, Pas-de-Calais, France, ranked number 2 in the world by the WBC. Please welcome the European and WBA Intercontinental Light Heavyweight Champion, Mathieu Laventure. And his opponent across the ring fighting out of the blue corner. He wears the white trunks with the red trim. He scales 79.25 kilos. His professional record, 28 victories, only 1 defeat. He has 20 big wins coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of Liverpool, England, and representing his Spain and family's fine fighting tradition. Right now, WBC, please welcome the former super middleweight champion of the light heavyweight title eliminator here, Matthew Bauerle, trying to prove that he is indeed and beyond just being a European level fighter. Callum Smith, he wants to prove that he's a threat to all the titles at 175, round 1. Callum Smith in the white trunks trimmed with red, as is Bauerle also with the French colors, Bauerle, the southpaw. Callum Smith, you see the tall, 6'3" figure, nicely growing into the 175-pound division.
I really like Callum Smith at the light heavyweight division. I actually fought on a card, very first Ruiz Joshua card in New York City. Callum Smith fought on that card as well, and seeing him at the weigh-ins was rough. He was really struggling to make that weight. I think he looked stronger, looks healthier at 175, as performances have shown that.
Interesting test for him here. He's got probably who is a southpaw, but on the shorter side. Last time that Callum Smith fought someone that fit that criteria, John Wright, and he struggled mightily in a disputed decision win over Wright.
Bauerle beat John Ryder. John Ryder is a tough out for most guys. He's off-bird, comes in, fights like a small man really well.
And there's Smith, knocks Bauerle off balance, and he comes behind him with another one, a sweeping shot. That's Bauerle back on his heels.
I'll tell you something, exchanging with Smith is not the right strategy for Matthew Bauerle.
Smith has lights out power, and he's landed some good, clean punches already.
Shot there from Bauerle, who showed a lot more confidence in his offense, was far more aggressive last time out against Igor McCalkin in a fight that many thought he would lose against McCalkin, who's been a mainstay at the European level. Bauerle with the best performance of his career, but he'll need to step it up by many magnitudes here tonight.
You know, one thing Callum Smith has worked with under the tutelage of Buddy McGirt has not necessarily just been his jab. That's what Buddy McGirt is known for, being more economical with his punches, not wasting as many punches as he used to.
Yeah, Smith said that working with McGirt purpose there for Smith, getting in close against Bowerly and digging a couple left hooks to the body.
I think we're already seeing some of the Buddy McGirt tutelage in Callum Smith's head movement. He's been moving quite well, staying low, getting underneath some of the shots of Bowerly. It's a new fold to the game. There is exactly where I was putting it. Good in and out, up and down, changing levels, like a nice upper body shoulder rhythm.
Good pace here so far in the opening round. Callum Smith and Matthew Bowerly for this title elimination.
Weird. Come on. Great. So maybe just a cable? We got it.
Welcome to America's #1 battery destination, AutoZone, your battery solution.
He's fighting off nervous energy right now. So when you get close, just touch him downstairs. Okay? Doesn't have to be your maximum. You get close to doing this. You get close to doing the back to load up. No. So you get disrespectful with it. Okay? When you get this way, he's going off nervous energy right now. Okay? So keep your jab going and close the gap on him. You'll catch him. Okay? We got 12 pounds, baby. Okay? Don't let him take you out of your plan.
That's a great assessment by Buddy McGirt in between rounds. Barnes loves fighting with nervous energy. Wants Callum to slow down a little bit. Don't forget, don't end this round. End this fight with 3 rounds or less.
It's something special when you have a trainer who's also been a fighter, and he's been at a high level as well, and he can give you that kind of advice that you know and trust. The buy-in is already there.
Well, it's interesting because Buddy McGirt said in interviews leading up to this fight, look, he hasn't seen Bowerly at all. Didn't watch any tape, but I think even after round 1, has already picked up on the essence of Bowerly, who does fight with some nervous energy, so to speak. You know, he is kind of a skittish southpaw, if you will.
Well, at least for the time being, he's got a big, strong guy in front of him with real power. See if he can keep up that nervous energy.
Callum Smith makes rainbows off the inside, and Bowerly landing some good shots of his own. I don't think that Smith minds these exchanges, though.
He's got the power advantage. He does punch a little cleaner, a little tighter, but Bowerly is having some success in these exchanges.
Yeah, that's a good first minute of this round for Bowerly. It may not be prudent to exchange this often over the course of a fight. It may not be sustainable, but I thought he got the better of those exchanges in the first minute. In particular, is Smith's corner, and Smith now is thinking that Amy Bowerly is fighting with some nervous energy, kind of refuting that in a sense with that exchange isn't a bad idea. Oh, right hand. Smith ruling is here. Is that a slip? That was a bad intervention by the referee. Right. I think the referee thought that Bowerly was about to go down. I think he was stepping in.
Well, if that's the case, say something, do something,
right.
yeah. I mean, it was a good short chopping overhand right from Callum Smith that landed high in the head.
And totally really wiped the gloves off of the fighter after a slip or a knockdown.
Right, because their glove or something other than the soles of their feet had touched the canvas.
Got a referee, timekeeper, we're like 3 mistakes away from takedown. Left hook on the inside there from Callum Smith. Decent right hand in the midsection as well. Uppercut comes through the middle.
Smart of Smith to focus on the body on the inside. Try and sap some of that nervous energy from the Frenchman.
Bowerly, you see, flurrying with a little bit of urgency after those sequences from Smith, who is very, very dangerous when he gets in close and crowds his opponent. He can do some terrific work. Seconds will tick away here in round 2.
seems to be taking more of an effect. Better round for Barley. Still not enough to get him around my but
round 3 begins. And to your point, I think there was some good work there for Barley in that round, but I do think it's also true that Barley seems to be working a little harder in these exchanges than Smith. It doesn't seem like Callum Smith's heart rate is really going up, and Barley seems to be firing with some urgency when he lets his hands go. Per the instructions of Buddy McGirt, now comes over the top of the right hand. Yeah, what I'm saying is like Buddy McGirt fighter, I would like to see Callum Smith throw that jab out there a little bit more, try to follow those right hands behind it, maybe get a bit of a look.
part of the reason he's having trouble throwing the jab one is probably against the southpaw, but also Callum Smith is keeping his foot on the inside of the stance. That's pretty much rule number one when you're fighting southpaws. Keep your lead foot on the outside of theirs. Callum Smith is breaking that rule right now.
Bishop Bauderleague adding Stefan Larouche, the trainer from Montreal, Quebec, to his team. He's in his corner here tonight, and as a result, he was able to get lots of sparring with former light heavyweight champion Ricardo Alvarez in preparation for this fight.
That's excellent sparring. Ricardo Alvarez is top notch.
Emphatic instructions from Buddy McGirt. Telling Smith, go to the body, don't worry about his head. And there he goes, left hook to the body and another one. Oh, man, he sinks that one in.
Three brutal left hooks to the body.
Bauderleague showing some moxie here, comes off the ropes with some confidence, and now Bauderleague firing back with a right hook to the body.
Bauderleague is showing more pop than I've seen in the past. And some of these shots, even the shots that Callum Smith is blocking or partially blocking, seem to be getting through just a touch.
I don't think Buddy McGirt said anything right now but body.
I mean, he saw it right away. He saw that nervous energy, and he's had success, but Bauderleague's been taking the punch as well.
Right hand in the chest from Callum Smith, so changing his levels a little bit. Obeying the orders of Buddy McGirt. There's another right hand in the body. Short left hook just behind the elbow.
Smith is throwing everything hard at this point.
Hard left hook downstairs from Smith.
You can hear that dig.
This is the type of fight that Bauderleague certainly does not want. Good action at the end of that round. And AJ, Anthony Joshua, walking towards a career-defining moment. A rematch with Alexander Usyk later on tonight. He's relaxed as he has all throughout the fight week. It's got to feel like deja vu for Anthony Joshua. 3 years ago, he's on Saudi soil. Do or die type of fight, make or break type of fight. Here he is again. Same situation. Round 4 underway. See some markings on the face of Callum Smith as Matt Bauderleague has a good sharp work at times in this fight like this.
Body shot next to Smith.
Oh, good shot from Smith! And Bauderleague is wobbled and his glove touches the canvas, the first knockdown of the fight. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. This strategy to engage with Callum Smith will lead to good moments for Bauderleague, but he is someone who's engaging with a bigger puncher.
And that left hook counter is a shot that Smith has been looking for the last couple rounds and finally got it, clipped it, barely high in the head, put it down for a flash knockdown.
And this way you really do have to listen to Buddy McGirt. Bauderleague's going to keep that head protected for the next minute or dangerous puncher in Callum Smith is all over it right now.
Battery needs to throw back here.
Oh, trying to throw back. The referee having a close look at this one. Batterly barely with the energy to hold on. An eternity for Smith to work with here.
Batterly's taking a thrashing here. He's throwing back, and his eyes are open. He's aware of what he needs to do in order to save this fight.
I think Callum Smith has made the calculation that he doesn't think Batterly can hurt him. So it doesn't matter the circumstances he's walking into here. He's going to walk right to him. Oh, and down goes Batterly and nearly through the ropes. That is it. A beautiful left hook knockout from Callum Smith. That's back-to-back knockouts as a light heavyweight for Callum Smith against very credible opposition both times. Callum Smith still in his early 30s, bright future in the 175-pound division.
And both brutal knockouts. Leaving the guy hapless along the ropes or in the middle of the ring. I mean, very, very impressive knockouts. I will say, though, I'm going to assume, when I know Buddy McGregor, that he's not going to be all that happy about his performance tonight from his young charge. But he got the job done. He did it early and in emphatic fashion.
Yeah, you see Buddy's leaning against the ropes right there. Well, he didn't throw the body. He got the knockout, but it wasn't over a body shot, right? I mean, that's back-to-back impressive knockouts. That's back-to-back scary knockouts.
Yes.
From Callum Smith. And thankfully, Batterly appears to be all right. Now sitting on the stool, with Smith still muted in his celebration until he's entirely certain. I know the focus for Callum Smith is going to be on getting that world championship shot. Obviously, better if he's tied up with the defense against Anthony Yarde. Will happen at some point once he recovers. Then perhaps there's a unification fight out there. But for Callum Smith, 175 is an excellent division. Some good fighters out there. Deep division. Eddie Hearn promotes Joshua Buatsi. I know he's not eager to make Callum against Buatsi this quickly, but that fight's a huge fight in the UK. And what I find interesting about Smith, as we saw in this fight now, Smith at light heavyweight doesn't have quite the advantages he has at super middleweight. So what that causes is Smith to be even more aggressive, and this version of Smith is just fantastic television.
Yeah, he's going to get more fights this way. He looks more beatable because he's there. He has to be in these fights where he's not blowing guys out like he was at 168. Oh, beautiful counter. And I had said the round earlier, Callum Smith was throwing everything with power. This punch was not. He just let it go. He kept it really loose. He used it as a counter. It was a catch-and-shoot shot with the left hook. Caught Batterly high in the head. Beautiful catch-and-shoot. Short punch over the top. Very, very nice punch. It's the punch he wasn't trying to hurt him with that he caught him with.
That's a very tough punch to get hit with, too. You get caught in that area, that can discombobulate you.
Yeah, those higher head shots give you that little crook in the neck and take your legs away. And speaking of taking the legs away, this double left hook, body head, as Batterly was throwing his own left hook, that's the worst time to get hit with the left hook. It's like a head-on-head collision. I tip my hat to Batterly. He is a warrior who's throwing shots while hurt, and that's why he got knocked out the way he did.
Devastating knockout. Wow.
Double left hook, textbook stuff, body and head. Very, very tight, got his head offline. Great technique there by Callum Smith.
Callum Smith making a statement that he belongs among the top names at 175. He certainly brings a fan base, a pedigree, an exciting style. Now back on his feet, getting more motivation from the fans here and from his opponent, Callum Smith. Good to see Batterly back in good spirits as well. You know, win over Matthew Batterly won't get Callum Smith on the pound-for-pound list, but a couple more fights you can make an argument for. I mean, the guy won the World Boxing Super Series at 168. Yes, he had a lopsided decision defeat to Ricardo Alvarez, but most everybody has those kinds of defeats to Ricardo Alvarez. 2 straight wins at light heavyweight. He gets 1 or 2 more quality wins. You're going to be talking about Callum Smith as a top 10 pound-for-pound. Certainly if you win the title at 175. I think
Smith going for the gusto.
Yeah, I like a fight between Callum Smith and Archer Beterbiev down the line. You know, when people approach Archer Beterbiev, there's a way to outbox him. Like, you can, at times, outbox Archer Beterbiev. Marcus Ryan had some success in his fight. It's just keeping Beterbiev off you over 12 rounds. That's totally possible.
And Beterbiev could be hurt, too. He's been shown to be dropped. He's just done his fights out. There are those weak points, but, man, dealing with that power, something else.
Callum Smith, what a fight, what a finish back in Jeddah where you won your world title. Sum that up for us.
Yeah, good performance. Been a long time after him. Good to get back in regardless of where it was, but good to come back here and everything. Affected the memories I got from here. I still remember this little place about going on, but not happening here. And nothing can happen to the world title then, so good night all round.
What about that's you, Morley? Were you surprised at all by the false start that he had?
Yeah, not really. I don't. I'm surprised by how much he gave to me, and I don't think we're going to move a long time. Upset me and then take me later in the rounds, but to be fair, 2 game engaged. He got me a few times, but he went to happy in the corner. I went head up and usually touch locked down and body first, and finally lands a back shot, and then the left do come off it, but we're still gelling. I know what he's asking me to do in camp. Sometimes just get a little bit hot-headed and heat of the moment, but I think he knows good performance. I think he's happy with the finish and we want to move forward and keep improving as a fighter.
By him adopting that approach, he gave you the opportunity for the catch and counter. I'm sure we've seen that somewhere before.
Yeah, I think it's another one to add to the ring. I've got a few it's good shots, so I've got to throw him a few times, and it's just something I find so comfortable and not get much on the cameras and watching back after it, but yeah, he come out getting fair play to the next move and shoot out. Which wasn't the fight I expected, but regardless of how it goes, I was confident in my own ability and knew I could get the win.
What about the future now? That was an eliminator for Beterbiev's WBC title. He won't box now until 2023. So the question is, will you wait or will you try and get another fight in? It's a question for any man after you.
I'll sit down with the team and see what the best option is. Obviously, I'm on world title, but also I'm still in the States and I'm a trainer, champion, it's a big goal to set myself up. The goal is what I believe achieving that. Tonight, we want to get closer. I'm here, Beterbiev injured, and I have to sit down for a little bit. Obviously, it's going to be on mandatory. Don't forget that from UFC mandatory as well. So things get a little bit messy, but I just want to keep winning, and at some point I will become a world champion.
Stay with us. Just want to put that to Eddie Hearn. I mean, it's about managing it now. Will you try and get Callum out one more so it doesn't stagnate, or is it a case of a waiting game now? I think Beterbiev is definitely out until 2023.
First of all, this city's been very good to Callum Smith, so I want to thank everyone in Jeddah for supporting Callum Smith. Well, folks, it's super serious. It's a victory tonight. That's a really good performance. He's been in the ring for 11 months and he's been very patient. The Beterbiev fights, the only thing he's in the game for is to be a 2-division world champion. But I want to see him active. You know, one fight this year hasn't been enough. We want him to box again if he's ready and willing in probably November, December. Because Beterbiev probably going to come in the spring and if it's summer. Love to do that fight at Anfield. I really believe he can win that fight. It's the unified light heavyweight world championship. It's a massive fight in Liverpool as well. He's got the power to do it. Him against Beterbiev is a great shootout. But tonight, he's got his position. It's mandatory. No one can take that away from him. I believe he can go on and become light heavyweight world champion again. Thank you everyone for the support. It's been a great place for him and a great performance.
Callum, if it is Beterbiev, if it is Bivol, if it is somebody else, if the goal still the same, that that's become a two-way world champion, do you believe? You've got the skills, but you have got the power now, like heavyweight to challenge these guys and ultimately knock them out.
Yeah, I've always believed I've got the skills. If you've got the skills at one weight, I believe I've got the skills. I was good enough to become number one at 168 and I've had 2 fights at 175 and they've both been high level of knockout. So I think it's if you think I've got the power at 175 as well, and I believe I'm playing all the time with the new trainer. So I didn't believe I could win it up when we started here. It's a tough way to make a living. And the team have better things to do in time, but I fully believe I can. Whoever the champion is, I don't really care. It's just I want that belt whoever's got it.
Yeah, like you're very good at it. Say Johnny Hope.
A big victory for Callum Smith, and coming up next, or later on tonight, excuse me, is our co-feature between Philip Perkovich and Jermaine Jean. This is a fun little scrap from the opening bell.
It's the biggest fight of my life. Big
big chance. It's IBF eliminator, so it's a good chance for everyone. I will become a mandatory challenger, hopefully. That's the best way for me, because I think no one of the champions will choose me for the opponent, if I'm not met. So that's the best way. I take him seriously. I think he's a good fighter. He had a big amateur career. He's undefeated in professional boxing, and I take this fight really serious. I mean, he's Olympic silver medalist. He has a lot of experience, and he's big, he's southpaw, he's a good boxer. I think I'm better, of course, but I'll take him really serious. He always is difficult and southpaws, but I had good sparring partners. I had here almost 7-8 guys that they were changing every few weeks, and I think we did a really good thing. I made a big change. I changed coach for this fight, so this is the first camp with Ronnie Shields here in Houston. I think I did a good decision. I made a good decision. Camp was really good. No injuries. Probably the hardest and best camp in my life. I'm happy with the change, and I think I'm in a good place. I really can't wait to get there. Really long camp. I can't wait to finish and to go there and step into the ring. My dad passed away a few months ago, and it was like one before my fight was scheduled, so I couldn't train. I wasn't there for some time. It was a really hard time for me, and I would like to thank everyone that showed and to thank everyone understood my situation and postponed the fight. I was really connected with my dad, and my dad was a brave man, proud man. He didn't afraid of anyone, and he taught me to be like that, to be bright, to be honest, to be not afraid of anyone, and that's what he was. He never, put me in pressure that I need to succeed, that I need to be champion. He never did that, what a lot of parents do. It's hard, it will be hard until end of your life. It's hard, I think about him every day. This big fight, of course I want to dedicate this fight for him. And win for him and for my family, but I need to put emotions on the side and
Hi everybody, I'm Joe Tessitore alongside Teddy Atlas. Good evening and welcome to the Mexico City Plaza here in Mexico City for a much anticipated main event. 6 rounds in the heavyweight division, and the anticipation for this bout has grown as the week has gone on. A lot of talk behind these two. Now it's time to walk the walk.
Dressing room. Let's have a good, clean fight. Touch them up.
Here we go. Round number 1, scheduled for 6. Chavez has got it all in front of him right now, standing opposite a guy who can leapfrog him into success. If he's able to pull off this upset, the sky's the limit. The
gets all the things that we all aspire to when we're young. Fame, fortune, pretty girl too.
That was nice. He just drew the punch from his opponent and then a good counter by Andre Bishop.
Yeah, like running through the ring without getting wet. Beautiful.
See, Andre Bishop, that training really paid off. Just back to basics with a 1-2, boom, boom. Excellent counter punch by Andre Bishop. Hey, what kind of a pace of a fight do you think we're going to get tonight? A lot of action here between these two, a power puncher against an infighter?
I think, Joe, in the perspective of the inside fighter, he doesn't want it to be a fast pace. You know, if you're wearing a nice leather jacket, you don't want to be in a rainstorm. You'd rather a drizzle. And, of course, you got a guy throwing hard punches, so you don't want a heavy rain. I think the inside fighter is going to want to keep it controlled.
Good left hand by Andre Bishop. Nice strike after catching one by Andre Bishop. Look at that. The hook came home with ease. Chavez is able to land a good, solid left hand. What a destructive hook to the head. Now look at him. He does not look good on the back end. Did you see that? And he goes down for the first time tonight. Situation like this, but many do. He's been down, now he's got to survive.
So that's where you're wrong. It's not hard to prepare, it's a must to prepare. If you're a trainer, that's what you do in the gym. You teach a guy, if you're in this situation, this is what you do. You grab on, you move your head, you survive.
To the head he goes with a left hand.
There you go, Andre. There you go. This is what you got.
Chavez's corner did a good job in that last round. They really got their fighter back to where he needs to be after being damaged in that last round.
And that's not the only good job they did in the corner. They did a good job in the camp because obviously they have him in top shape and it's paying dividends right now.
That's a good job by Bishop offensively. Landing his combinations is a key to victory tonight. Little head knocking with that right hand. Look at this, another power punch able to land. Early on in this fight, he's going for it.
Yeah, you wonder if he's got a car waiting outside.
Oh, what a big hook to the head by Andre Bishop. Super two-punch combo by Andre Bishop. Bishop's impressing the judges and himself with that right hand. Chavez is once again the target of a hook. I think Bishop scored really well there. He just damaged his opponent with that power shot upstairs. A well-placed left hand up top. You remember when Andre Bishop was a good, hard-charging middleweight prospect? He was a great combination puncher. That's what he's doing now as a heavyweight here. Chavez is getting himself into the mix now, landing that left hand. Now a well-placed hook to the head. Nice jabs there by Andre Bishop. How about that hook by Andre? That's a big right hand there. Chavez is in a tough spot here. He could go down with that bad defense. Well, he ties up there. Puts forth the hook, scores with it. Wow! Oh, he doesn't look good. He just went down, and not the way he wanted it to go.
No, he's standing on the outside, Joe. He shouldn't be standing there. The old timers would say, take a walk around the block.
Brian Kenny back here on Friday Night Fights. Big pay-per-view this past weekend. Isaac Frost defending his heavyweight title again, stopping Reggie Stewart in 2 rounds for his 14th successful title defense. Promoter D.L. McQueen has begun touting Frost as one of, if not the greatest champions of all time. That seems a bit premature. There's no arguing with Frost's record. Undefeated, all his wins coming by knockout. Quite a feat. In other news, can former middleweight contender Andre Bishop make a comeback after spending more than 5 years in prison? And can he do it as a heavyweight? It's one of the more fascinating stories in sports. We'll, of course, have the latest for you here on Friday Night Fights.
Heavyweight action headlining our fight card here at the Mexico City Plaza in the heart of Mexico City. Good evening, everybody. I'm Joe Tessitore alongside Teddy Atlas. What a curious path it's been in the career of Andre Bishop, middleweight prospect, now fighting his second fight as a heavyweight. He will do so tonight against Raul Castillo. So round 1 is underway between Bishop and Castillo. We'll give you something to look for, at least what we've been hearing out of the Bishop camp, is that they're very conscious of the body punching of Castillo. So look for Bishop to try to defend that well. See, he's got his guard up really well that time, and it protects his head. Good clean shot, returning fire. Well done by Andre Bishop. Carries that punch intended for the head, and he's holding. Teddy, through the history of the sport, this is one of the matchups that has produced some of the more interesting fights, especially in the lower weight classes, speed versus speed.
Who's going to be the guy that uses speed better? Who's going to be able to time shots and control range? That's what I'm looking at.
Andre Bishop needs to get away from these body shots. He is taking a lot of punishment from Castillo. Now he goes to the gut with the right hand. You see him holding on. And he clinches yet again. Andre Bishop getting back to basics, landing that right hand. Castillo's left, working well that time. He has his target, he lands a straight right. They're not exactly getting to know each other, they're just beating the hell out of each other early on.
Yeah, Joe, this keeps something. Both of them have headaches, and we're going to have one of the great fights to talk about.
Last 10 seconds of this first round. Castillo's putting his punches together now. That's a nice combination. And this round comes to an end. Here we go. Round 2 is underway. Takes a step back, then the counter punch by Andre Bishop.
Very similar to what you see Floyd Mayweather do. You know, make a miss, pull that shoulder back, and then come right back with the counter.
And now he's targeting upstairs. The other day when we were talking to Andre Bishop, he said to have success in this fight, I have to land combinations. He landed a good one there. You remember when Andre Bishop was a good, hard-charging middleweight prospect? He was a great combination puncher. That's what he's doing now as a heavyweight. They trade shots. He comes back with a right hand. And you see what he can do when he sends that right to the head. Good-looking jab there. Castillo's so dangerous with that accuracy, a two-punch combination landing.
Both men have pretty high knockout percentage, so there is a chance for some fireworks here.
Yeah, we've seen some highlight reel knockouts from Alsa Green. Taverdi has never been stopped before.
nice sharp jab. He's keeping distance really well.
Got some good exposure last time out on the Sonny Edwards undercard. Even more so here tonight. So clearly Al Sabrin is being placed in visible slots for a reason. Next on the right hand, that one was acknowledged by Bernie.
I like the sneaky little left hook stack. Sabrin is mixing in there, followed by a nice left hand upstairs.
Javerdi encouraging the cheers from the crowd after taking that shot. So Sabrin looks for a counter right hand.
You can see Sabrin settling in, putting some more muscle in those shots. Sitting down in his punches.
Well, as you pointed out, Rizzo, here, these guys have been sitting back for hours. So if there is a little bit of a feeling out process or some uncertainty in the opening couple minutes, it's to be expected.
And warming up is difficult. You gotta warm up, cool down, relax, get it back up again for some potential for you getting out and going for a ring walk. But you never know. You have to watch each and every fight leading up to the end of the night.
You know, one of the craziest swing bouts I ever saw was when Gabe Rosado fought. He was supposed to fight the undercard of Danny Jacobs against Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Rosado was effectively there as insurance in case Chavez dropped out, but that was the fight where Chavez effectively quit. The fight had beers thrown at him. They cleared the entire venue, and Gabe Rosado had to fight in an empty venue after the event was over.
Well, I was going to add that to the point for the people at home. If you're a swing bout and you end up not getting into the main card, you go at the end of the show. So you're at the beginning of the night, you watch all the other fights, you don't get your chance, you fight at the end.
Oh, it's unintentional comedy, honestly, to have a great main event. You take a look on some of the highlights here. Good start to this round, to this fight for Al Sabrin, but it is high comedy at times to go through a great main event and then to hear the ring announcer say, "Stick around. We've got 2 more great fights ahead of you." Exactly. You're going to remember at the start of the event. All right, back. Just one step now. One down. Everybody, up, down, right side. Right. Come on, please. Just stand me up.
Very sharp, clean work in round number 1 for Ricardo Alvarez. Picking his spots really well, and as the round went on, also put more power on his shots.
Round 2 underway. It's a 4-round swing bout between batter Al Sabrin and then Ricardo Alvarez. Got a lot of early knockouts here tonight, giving the opportunity to these two. And Al Sabrin trying to capitalize as he rocks Alvarez back with a couple uppercuts, and he is all over him with right hands right now. Alvarez came out a little more aggressive than he did in the opening round. Al Sabrin quickly made a pay.
Yeah, the accuracy of Sabrin in this round has been really impressive. Those uppercuts splitting the guard, those right hands over the top. Very nice punch selection so far.
Crowd very much into this one, very much into Al Sabrin in particular. It's not your typical swing bout where the crowd is either indifferent or confused as to why the fight is in the ring. Sabrin looking for that check left hook. In particular, stylistically, he idolizes Floyd Mayweather. It's always interesting, Chris, we've talked about this before, when you watch a fighter for the first time, it's interesting guessing which fighter they've watched the most tapes of, because there are always tells. It doesn't mean that a fighter is similar to that fighter necessarily, but you can see who they've studied the most.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can tell by the way he holds his hands that there would be a little bit of Floyd Mayweather in there. And especially early on, Floyd, when Floyd was at the lighter weights, he was a much more offensive-minded guy. And people forget that he did score a lot of knockouts early on.
Yeah, if you ever have any questions about Floyd Mayweather's offensive abilities, go back and watch the Diego Corrales.
So one of my favorite fights of all time in the annals of Floyd Mayweather.
Sabrin, a couple credit, very willing to engage even when he has been hit and hurt. Gets rocked back with that right hand. Still firing back. I kind of admire that about Taverdi. He's coming in, he knows he's overmatched, or at least he knows by now that he's overmatched, and he's trying to land one big shot that can change the fight.
He's not getting wild either. He's just doing what he does. He's just outclassed.
Taverdi been very animated throughout this contest. Into the final 10 seconds of round 2. Another dominant one for Alsa Marine.
Here's some action for round number 2. That beautiful lead uppercut, or rear uppercut rather, on the inside. Uses the left hook to touch the outside of the glove and then rip the uppercut up the middle. That was early in the round. There you see the right hand over the top. Again, the punch variation from Sanbrini has been very, very good so far. Mixing it up, upstairs, downstairs, over the top, up the middle. Very classy stuff so far.
This is our swing contest, our main event. Our co-main event still to come, and of course, on September 17th. It's Canelo and Triple G, the Trilogy, live on the Zone pay-per-view. Right now, round 3 underway. Batter Alsa Marine and Fuad Traverdi. Super lightweight action. Serene utilizing the shoulder roll defense, now coming under with a sweeping right hand. Now Serene says that he's fighting to change the lives of his family and his close friends. Good right hand, right down the pipe from Serene.
Beautiful 1-2. Very, very nice. Perfect range. He had the chance to practice one it there and chose not to.
Very cordial decision there from Alsa Marine. As he meets Taverdi with a counter right hand, but Taverdi again, still right in Alsa Marine's face, letting his hands go. Taverdi's got an excellent chin. I'm Alsa Marine. I'm digging the body and trying to finish this off early.
Yeah, I think if Alsa Marine can put some combination together after one of those big shots, he'll be able to push the stoppage potentially. But if he goes pot shotting, Taverdi's taking the shots well. It's very tough to throw back.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where the referee sees what's happening here. He sees an overmatched opponent in front of Alsa Marine, so he doesn't necessarily have to collect that one punch knockout. If he flurries and gets him hurt, the referee will step in. And Taverdi now turning his back. That's twice. That is twice now. This is the first time that Alsa Marine has capitalized on it.
Well, the ref did the right thing. He didn't say anything to Alsa Marine. He said it to the man to turn his back, which you're not supposed to do, and he got hit for it.
You turn your back, or you technically, it's grounds for stoppage.
Well, if you turn your back and walk away, yeah.
Yeah, if it's determined that you're doing it out of fear or to relent and not just being spun around, certainly another referee might have made a different decision there, but Taverdi also hasn't shown at any other point in this fight that he doesn't want to be in this fight. He's certainly actively engaging in these exchanges, even if he isn't winning.
Yeah, body language matters when it comes to these kinds of situations. He looks like he's still in the fight. He looks like he's trying to win. It just is outclassed and outmatched.
15 seconds here in round 3, and Alsa Marine meets Taverdi with an excellent right hand, but Taverdi again, still moving his hands, still wants more of these exchanges, and Alsa Marine is absolutely dominant.
I'm impressed with Alsa Marine's ability to be defensive-minded while being so offensive. He's very good at hitting and not being hit.
You want pizza? You want pizza? Okay, you want
you see a counter from the outside, little shoulder roll, half step back, bang, straight right hand right down the middle. Literally a perfectly placed and timed shot.
The fourth and final round is set to begin. Of course, we're looking forward to Eubank Jr. versus Ben, born rivals. Part of the zone's stacked schedule for the coming weeks. And us, and a good counter right hand again from batter Alson Reed.
Nice stiff jab inside, tops that head back of the wide cover.
Alson Reed trying to leap in behind the left hook again. Diverty. Still moving his hands. Still wants to be in this fight, but now he hits the canvas for the first time. Good series of combinations from Alson. Caught with an uppercut that just sent him sprawling backwards. However, Diverty's never been stopped before in his young career. Alson Reed trying to become the first. This is where you don't have to load up. You're Alson Reed. You're already been done down once. You get hurt again. Referee's done it.
Absolutely right. You can force the stoppage here by just putting hands on your opponent just like that.
And he'll do it. That's it. Batter Alson Reed with a welcome surprise addition to his card. A nice showcase for a man who says that he wants to be in title contention in the next 2 years. Certainly has the potential. A lot of skill. We'd like to see him in some step-up fights, 6-round fights, 8-round fights, but he has the look of a contender in this weight class. Big win for batter Alson Reed, who, as we mentioned, this fight might have gone on after the main event where no one globally was going to see it. Now, more people are going to know his name than did before.
And we get that list. I was quite impressed with what I saw tonight. Beautiful uppercut inside, firing the shot that put his man down. He had landed several of those throughout the night. Tarver was taking them very well, but there's only so much a man can take. By the fourth round, those punches were starting to add up.
Yeah, that's a really tough punch to have a great pop right up. He landed the picture perfect.
And it's the setups. You know, throwing one punch and then another.
Good stuff. Very high level for someone who's opening fights. And some people might be saying, well, why'd you stop it? He wasn't hurt, but you know, the kind of punishment that Diverty was taking. You're a referee and you know a guy's got no chance to win. You're looking for reasons to step in. And if you know he is not going to win. You know, Diverty was almost too eager to take this punishment at times. He was almost egging on the crowd. Not almost. He was egging on the crowd who was reacting to the shots that he was taking.
Well, at least early on it was.
Right. He needed to be safe for himself, so a good decision from the referee here at our swing bout. Crowd certainly filling in here in the venue. Certainly excited to see batter Alson Reed. Nice reaction for him during his entrance and all throughout the fight. All right, let's make this one official. Let's send it down to David Diamante.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee David Irving calls a halt to this contest. The official time of the stoppage, 1 minute and 16 seconds of the fourth and final round, declaring a winner by TKO. He's still undefeated.
The sixth professional victory
jab, the right hand upstairs, the uppercut through the middle, body shots, completely outclassed and overmatched his opponent. Picking the spots, couldn't miss by the third and fourth round, and was just compounding the punishment as the round went on, making him miss and making him pay. Beautiful boxing. This fight, literally, this performance was the speed science at its best. Hit, don't be hit. Finally putting his man down with an uppercut in the fourth round. Tarverdi got up, gamely, but was still getting touched up, and the referee had seen enough, which we all agree was a good stoppage. There was no need for it to go any further. And then you have one more stoppage win in the young career batter outside of stoppage.
So a welcome addition to our broadcast. A look at the batter Al Sabreen, and a welcome addition to the boxing schedule over the last couple of weeks is the upcoming fight between Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn.
Options on the table for further progress. It's going to be an easy European title, sure. Because everyone love it, love you against one.
time they see fight and they see his full effect.
So Chris Eubank Jr. and Connor Ben will do battle just as their fathers did. Family rivalry will continue. October 8th, Born Rivals, live on the Zone pay-per-view. Coming up next, it is our co-feature, the heavyweight title eliminator, Philip Perkovich, taking on Zhilei Zhang. As we take a look at the Perkovich-Zhang weigh-in, listen, these are big boys. Philip Perkovich and Zhilei Zhang, certainly full-size heavyweights. And this is a fight that we've been waiting for since its postponement just a couple of months ago. Yeah, I've been waiting for a long time for this fight. I think it's an excellent fight. Eliminator for the IBF. The winner of this fight will get an opportunity to fight for the IBF heavyweight title. And you've got two heavy hitters in this fight. You've got Phil Perkovich and you've got Zhilei Zhang, two guys that can put your lights out with just one punch. A tremendous heavyweight battle, a potentially explosive co-feature is coming up next.
That big man is 6'6" and animal, Philip Perkovich. The big bang Zhang with fists the size of bowling balls. Right, big left, big bang, and back.
Crowd here tonight, Zhilei Zhang says that he believes over 100 million people will be watching this fight tonight in China, where he is a national hero. But despite his gargantuan status back home, Zhang didn't choose to rest on the spoils of his amateur exploits, which include an Olympic silver medal. Instead, he's chasing after a heavyweight title as a professional to try to become China's 4th world champion after Zhang Xiaozhang, Zhao Shiming, and Su Shan. He enters a title eliminator tonight at the age of 39, but insists that he still feels like a young man, one capable of causing a big bang with an upset victory over Perkovich. Yeah, Zhang is an underdog in this fight against Perkovich, but I think he is a very live underdog. A lot of people have looked at that draw against Jerry Forrest as evidence that Zhang is not at the level. He was dealing with so many physical issues going into that fight. One thing we know about Zhang, that left hand is blunt force power. If he connects it tonight against Perkovich, he can put Perkovich's lights on.
And now, entering the arena, please welcome Philip El Animal Perkovich.
For several years now, there's been a group of heavyweights that have turned pro from recent Olympic classes that everyone has been prognosticating. Some, like Joe Joyce, have emerged as contenders. Others, like Tony Yoka, have been toppled. But as their amateur contemporary, this man, Philip Perkovich, who many have always believed would ultimately be the head of the class one day. Perkovich has had some roadblocks in the boardroom in what has been, or what was supposed to be, a fast track to the heavyweight title, but none so far in the ring. Tonight, he will fight the biggest adversity of his career emotionally as well, fighting for the first time since the passing of his father, which postponed this bout earlier this year. He says that he's found motivation in fighting for his father's honor and can score a win that would make fighting for a heavyweight title not a matter of if anymore, but when. Now,
Castillo's really banging that drum. He's hitting Andre's body with ease. Combo lands to the head. And banging away he goes, able to land that power punch.
Trying to force his way in that front door, and he got smacked with that door.
Just 10 seconds to go here in the second round. And we come to the end of round number 2. Castillo's got to feel good about himself after that last round. He really damaged his opponent. And now we got a fight. He fires back a right hand of his own. Scores up top with a left. Scored well upstairs with the right hand. Castillo's got a real acquired skill here, and that is the ability to pick your shots and land them.
Joe, you hear the saying when people say, you know what time it is. You have to know what time it is. He knows what time it is. He knows when to throw a certain punch.
And once again, he returns fire up top. Right hand over the top, very accurate with it. Scored well up top. Takes one to give one. He comes back with a right hand. Andre Bishop's combination punching is working well here. Comes across with a hook up top. And he ties up on the inside. And he just turns that hook up top, and it does damage. He digs in, trying to bank away body shots with the combo. Andre Bishop is not showing the reserve of energy that we're used to seeing with him.
Yeah, he just...
Big shot there. Fabulous uppercut, scores the knockdown there. Boy, did he have leverage on that.
Yeah, he positioned himself beautifully. He got underneath that punch. That's why it had the power.
Andre Bishop rises to his feet.
But of course, Gus is experienced enough to know now when he gets back to the corner, there's a job to do. Not just dump cold water on him to revive him, but to tell him what he got hit with. Remove that fear a little bit from his mind that it will happen again. He can correct the mistake.
Bishop's corner has to give him some advice here because that left hand has been scoring too consistently.
Exactly, Joe, and there's nothing else that he really has to worry about. Take that out of the equation, he'd be winning the fight.
Halfway through the scheduled rounds here. Castillo's doing a good job tonight on the outside. He's able to score from the outside, keeping a safe distance away from his opponent. Oh, that's good. Let's see if Bishop can survive this. He just took a big shot.
I think he can survive it. Why? Because he has all that amateur experience. He's been in this position before.
That's great stuff. He fires one right back after taking one. Gotta love the work by Andre Bishop. Andre Bishop's putting forth that hard work he did in training camp there, landing a crisp combination. Castillo's left now getting into the mix. Halfway through round number 4. Zoning in on that gut combination punch downstairs. Fine-looking right hand by Andre Bishop. That's a razor-sharp uppercut by Castillo. Well, he told us he liked the infighting, and he's getting right to it.
You know, he's
got that power, but tends to fatigue a little bit later in fights. Ricardo a little more active as a fighter. Ricardo also tends to build. He starts a little slow. Once he starts landing that jab at right hand, he'll build off that, and his volume goes up round after round. Essentially echoed what you two were saying, which is that he knows that John is dangerous early, but he says, I am dangerous all fight long. Hergovich expressed doubt that John could deal with his punch-outs. And some of that, I'm sure, has to do with John's relatively low punch-out of his own. In particular with his jab, John, according to
Yeah, I was gonna say no argument from Perkovich. So that's a telltale sign right there. That shot probably rocked him. At least shook him up.
A game changer. Perkovich is winning that round pretty convincingly. Now John's in position to play a 10-8 round.
It looks the legs of Perkovich. He's moving. He's a little unsteady. Oh, there's that straight left hand from John.
That is a power punch. What a start from Big Bang.
Wow. And they'll check them both for free.
Yes.
Fix Finder, your most complete free warning light report backed by technician verified fixes.
Take a look at this knockdown here from Chile Jean.
Yeah, I don't know if that's actually should be called a knockdown. Actually,
Yeah, I think it's a good call by the referee. Yes, he did seem to pull him down towards the end.
Right, it did make contact.
The first shot was that looping right that put him down.
Those shots behind the ears can really throw off your equilibrium. And there was a little cuff afterwards, but yeah, you're right, Chris. There was a nice shot there behind the ear.
And again, pretty telling that Philip Perkovich got up and didn't complain about the pull down. No, variable in this fight too is that Philip Perkovich working with Ronnie Shields for the first time. So it's a new voice in his corner for the biggest fight of his career. Round 2 underway after a bit of a shocking start. For Chile Jean, the knockdown in round 1. A bit of a cuffing right hook. We were talking about this morning, Corey. If nothing else, Jean can present the most dangerous punching power Perkovich's faced. He has been avoided by some of the top guys in the heavyweight division. He hasn't had to face someone with this kind of power. Well, Perkovich has kind of made peace with the fact that people have turned down fights this involving him because, in his own words, he doesn't bring a lot of money to the table. And even in that interview we aired earlier tonight, good shot there from Perkovich. Even Derek Chisora said, I prefer to fight John. And Derek Chisora knows you can run over the cow and make a lot of money fighting John.
Also, the Chinese fan base will love this. Chisora's a very fun fighter to watch.
Guys, this is a good response, a good bounce back from Philip Perkovich. Doesn't seem bothered by what happened in round 1. Still has confidence in his offense, but look at Jean feeling the same way. Yeah, Jean is not fighting like a man believes a decision win is in his future. He's looking for that 1 or 2 punches that change the course of the fight.
And these men are leading up to exactly what we spoke about prior to the bout. Jean is very dangerous early. He's got to come forward. He's got to put leather on him. He's got those heavy hands. And if this fight is going to go longer, Perkovich is the more dangerous man fighting at distance, landing shots over and over throughout the round.
Oh, right hand, right down the pipe from Perkovich. See Perkovich's corner, jumping to the feet after that one.
I've been excited about this fight all week. Both these guys can really crack, and either one of them can end the fight at any time.
Left hook and a right hand connect for Perkovich, who's starting to find a flow here. And might have rocked John back with that right hand.
I love the precision from Perkovich. He hits his right hands really well. High, low, uppercuts over the top.
John right down the middle with a left hand of his own. Partially blocked. You can just hear how powerful that left hand is.
Yeah, Jean's left hand's got battery race.
Final 20 seconds of round 2. You get punchers like this, guys. They're just on pins and needles. Any one of these shots can end the fight. Already a knockdown. Perkovich, at least to our eyes, looking like he might have impacted John with some of these right hands in round 2. Excellent start to this heavyweight contest. And coming up next is our main event. You're looking at Anthony Joshua. He is here in Saudi Arabia. His
fight with a new training staff and going up against a guy who is at minimum a top 5 pound-for-pound talent. So an entertaining start to our co-feature here between Filip Hrgović and Zhilei Zhang. And Zhang tries to jump on Hrgović, perhaps a little too literally, in the opening moments of the contest, causing a clash of heads. Opening moments of the round, excuse me. And looks like a little bit of a cut. Some swelling now on the forehead of Zhang. Now, a bad cut on Hrgovic's head.
High head of the scalp.
Yeah, strange place for a cut. It seems like it's bleeding pretty good though.
Doesn't look to be trailing into the eye, so that's good. It's going to make it bloody, but it won't affect the vision.
Doctor's having a look. Doing things a little differently here. The doctor's basically at center ring. Having a look at Hrgovic's cut. In the neutral corner, but now back to action.
That was an oddly long break in the action for a cut.
Hrgović was the Ring Magazine Prospect of the Year in 2018, and that kind of speaks to how long this stretch between prospect and contention has been for Hrgović. As Zhang is looking to become the one to perhaps expose the former prospect of the year.
Zhang doing a good job of mauling Hrgović when he does land a shot or gets within range, which is very smart. He's taking advantage of any real estate that he gets.
Left hand connects there from Zhang. As Hrgović is kind of hung up in the ropes there momentarily.
Hrgović definitely respects the power of Zhang. He's showing more defensive prowess than I've seen in fights prior, where he was willing to walk through shots against lesser opponents.
Hrgović now trying to come through the middle with that right hand. Zhang promised that Hrgović was not going to have a good time, in his words, in the ring here tonight. It certainly has been, I don't know, would you say the worst time of his career so far, the most struggle, the most resistance that Hrgović has felt in his career, touching the canvas in round 1.
Dropped, cut, and in the third round fighting someone who is coming at him throwing bombs? Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, getting as good as he's giving. Even here in the third round, Hrgović has been active in this round. I think he's winning this round 3 straight times. I've seen Zhang find a home for that straight left hand. Good body shot there from Zhang. You know, we haven't had a look at the punch stats quite yet, but I'd be willing to guess that Zhang is far in excess of what he typically throws per round. This is a more invigorated Zhilei Zhang.
Zhang is also staying very within himself. He's not overexerting himself. He's picking his spots very well. With this pace that he's setting, I can't say that we're going to have that lack of energy down the stretch.
Final 10 seconds of round 3, and particularly this final minute of the round has been an excellent one for Zhang as Hrgović tries to rally towards the end of the round. But one last good right hook for Zhang.
Right hand has been a very successful weapon for Zhang today. Not a punch that he's really known for. You ever see that clash of heads? It looked like a head right on us.
He came straight
Both
out.
hit with his head. Yeah.
Have the shades of Victor Ortiz Mayweather.
Right. Yeah, that's what it's like a full-on headbutt.
We see Hrgović pop his head up, go like, what are you doing?
Yeah. That's what produced that cut on the hairline of Hrgović. There we see that beautiful straight left hand right down the middle. Splits the guard, catches Hrgović right in the middle, right in his eye. And I like the work Zhang has been doing with the right hand. He's been looking for other shots besides that left hand that he's known for.
Round 4 underway. Zhilei Zhang, the underdog coming into this contest. Berkovich, favorite, as we mentioned. How many fighters turned down the opportunity to face Berkovich for various reasons?
That Berkovich right hand sounds sharp and hard every time he lets that thing go.
You mentioned this earlier. I think a lot of skepticism, to the degree that there is skepticism about Zhang, is obviously rooted in the Jerry Forrest fight. But what Zhang was going through that night, having discovered after the fight to have had kidney failure, dehydration, and the fact that he was anemic, I mean, that was basically a husk of a human being in that fight.
Yeah, that was not the Zhilei Zhang we have come to know over the last few years. He's risen up in heavyweight ranks. I talked to him about it after he got out of the hospital. One thing he said to me was, I had one glass of water the entire time I was in Florida. Not just one a day, one glass of water. This is a man that weighs in excess of 250 pounds. He just did not take care of his body during that fight.
Looking much livelier right here. A couple of left hands right down the middle, and a pair of right hands to the body as well.
Now, to add to that story, after his last fight, or before his last fight, he said he changed to 5 gallons of water a day. So he's completely gone the other direction.
He borrowed the Chris Algieri jug.
He is now putting a thumping on Phil Berkovich in this round.
Zhilei Zhang absolutely on a roll here in the 4th round. Again, Berkovich is dangerous with each and every punch, and also entered the fight with the mindset that, particularly in the latter half of it, that Zhang was going to fade. That Zhang could not keep up his pace that he's able to set. But right now, it's Zhang who is setting the pace, and it's incumbent upon Berkovich to match it.
That's one thing. When you're in control of the pace, you have a better idea of the sense of the fight. You're able to maintain it better, even if it's more than you're used to. You're setting it. So you're in control. Being in control allows you to control your output that much better. And Zhang looks like a more comfortable man at this point. Oh, big straight right hand at the middle.
Right hand, yeah, for Berkovich, right down the middle.
Zhang has been taking these shots very well, though.
He acknowledges that one, comes back with his own left hand. A good sequence here from Berkovich in what otherwise was a pretty clear Zhilei Zhang round.
Yeah, based on the activity and the body punching of Zhang in that round, it was a very good round. Fighting like a man who knows that this may be his last shot. I spoke about the right hand that Zhang was adding to the mix, a punch that he's not really known for, but there we see a beautiful right uppercut off the left hand, followed by another straight left hand. Here we're going to see right hand shots from Berkovich. But Zhang doing a great job of catching those on the elbows, on the gloves, and coming back with his own shot. At this point, Zhang is seeming like the guy who has more tools in the box.
Round 5 now underway. To your point, it does look like Zhang, at least at this point, has more tools in the box. I think what Berkovich is counting on is that his tools are a little bit blunter, that they hit a little harder.
Okay, we'll see what happens in the second half of this fight. That's where Berkovich believes he can be at his most effective if and when Zhang slows down.
Warren for a shot behind the ear there in the clinch. Really a dangerous shot from a heavyweight. That's everything these two throw is.
I like the consistent pressure that Zhang had been putting on rounds, he is the one applying the pressure. He is the bigger fighter. He is the stronger man. Zhang is out there showing him a different look than what he's used to seeing. Yeah, I think two things are happening to Hrgović for the first time in his career. One, he's not the one who's able to take the initiative in each of these rounds. And two, he has a fighter in front of him who's confident and believes in his offense. Most of Hrgovic's opponents to this point, I think, were worried about what he was going to do. Zhang right now is just worrying about letting his hands go, and it's working. Some good body work there for Hrgovic as he tries to mix up the blood loose on Zhang.
Yeah, that was definitely necessary. Zhang has been pretty consistent with the body work the last few rounds. Hrgovic needed to step up his punch output and his variation. Pretty much everything has been right hand so far.
Both men with big dreams that would be monumental for their countries in a boxing sense. Hrgovic looking to become just the second male world champion from Croatia after Monte Karlov. Good right hand. Connects there for Hrgovic.
Beautiful timing there for Hrgovic.
Zhang wants to challenge for a world title and wants to be able to do it. In a stadium in Beijing, where he says he'd be able to draw 100,000 fans.
Zhang answering and giving as good as he can as he stalks Hrgovic around the ring.
Replies from Hrgovic have been a little bit more frequent in this round.
But took a little bit of power off, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
He's trying.
Ooh, good counter shot there from Zhang. And Hrgovic might be in some trouble. And he will be bailed out by the bell. That did not look good for Hrgovic at the end of that round.
Two very sharp, short shots on the inside. Counter shots from Zhang. Here we see crisp right hook there on the inside, followed by a little left hand as well. Here we see a different angle. Both men landed. Right hook for Zhang, straight right hand for Hrgovic. But then Zhang came right back with another left hand. Good exchange that Zhang got the better of.
OBJ in the crowd. A tear comes down the face of being the Cleveland Browns finish. As we take a look at Chris Bennett's scorecard, 48-46 through 5 rounds of this fight. I feel like Bill Hrgovic has been active, but he keeps absorbing these big punches from Jaylee Zhang to the point where I'm wondering, guys, like how many of those straight lefts can Hrgovic take and still be upright? Hrgovic believes he's going to be the fresher guy in the later rounds, not if he keeps taking this many power shots from Zhang.
Yeah, I don't see him being the pressure man at this point. And, you know, Zhang is not slowing down. He's still landing great punches to the head and to the body.
You know, Zhang got a couple of good shots in towards the end of that 5th round. I still thought Hrgovic was enough to win. His body work was solid in that round. He landed a lot of clean shots. We'll see what adjustments that Hrgovic can now make, because to your point, guys, I don't know that Hrgovic can now just rely on Zhang's battery draining faster than his, because right now, Zhang is by far the fresher fighter here, and Hrgovic was going to be in even more trouble than he was at the end of round 5.
And Zhang's fighting a lot more physical at this point. He's actually using his body. He's moving the big man around. And I don't care who you are, moving backwards is more tiring than moving forward. Zhang is moving forward consistently, and Hrgovic is almost right on the side.
But again, it's not something Hrgovic is used to. No, I mean, he hasn't fought this way before. He's moving around like a little. Uppercuts on the inside from Zhang. Hrgovic looking a little wobbly and hanging on right now. The body language of Hrgovic not looking positive to me, guys. It's bad, Corey. That body language of Hrgovic is telling me the guy that looks like
behind you? That's Tabasco sauce behind you? Behind you? Look behind you? That's Tabasco sauce? You can take?
Yeah.
are we gonna get to meet? Pinchos tomorrow?
Tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what did Chip say? For tomorrow, no clothes, right? I'm not clothes. So, he said that next week I'm clothes.
He told me you have a Wednesday off, right?
Yeah. I had one day, Wednesday. Yeah, okay.
at 7:30 tomorrow.
You what?
Okay, Amar, but you're not gonna get any overtime. That's what you want.
You know what?
Okay, I'll pick you up at 7:30. You have to tell me in advance. You can't tell me at 7:30 or I'm gonna pick you up at 7:30. It's 5 o'clock now. 5:30. I'm gonna pick you up at 7:30. They have to leave at like 6:30. Okay, I'll pick you up at 7:30, Amar. Huh? No, I'll pick you up at 7:30, Amar. Alright, see you at 7:30, Amar. Do I want to? No. If you can pick you up at 7:30, I'll pick you up at 7:30. Okay. I'll be there at 7:30. Okay, I'll be there at 7:30. It's fine. I was understanding why it's like you have to tell me, like, I asked you like 10 times yesterday, what are you doing tomorrow? What are you doing? I don't know. We're gonna go. I don't know. I'm gonna go at 9. I'm gonna go at 9:30. I'm gonna go at 10. Oh, I have a train. I can take a train. I can do this. I can do that. Now it's 5:30. So you pick me up at Lexington at 7:30. And drive me back, and then you gotta go to Saugus. I don't understand why you can't like do things in advance. I don't get it. Saugus. Why didn't you tell me yesterday I need to be picked up at 7:30 in Lexington? You don't say that. You say at 5:30, now we need to be picked up in 2 hours. Now I have to leave it an hour. What changed? Because I'm sitting here trying to watch boxing, which I haven't been doing. I've been drinking, I've been eating, I have a pizza here that's getting cold, so I plan on staying here all night. Now we have to leave in an hour to go pick you up. Alright, I'll pick you up at 7:30, Yvonne. Pick me up at 7:30. That's what you want. You just said yes 2 seconds ago. So I'm planning on going at 7:30. So you ready at 7:30? So pick me up. Alright, I'll see you at 7:30, Yvonne. Now it's in my head, I'm going at 7:30, so I'm going to pick you up at 7:30. That's the end of it. I am. Now I'm angry because you're saying no, because you just said pick me up at 7:30. I said okay, now you're saying no. Now I'm going to pick you up at 7:30, that's it. That's the end of it. They leave me work at 7:30. I'm gonna be there at 7:30. Water. Alright, see you at 7:30. Just, I don't know, man. I have to get up. I have to get ready. I haven't even taken a shower yet. Why don't you make pizza? It's getting cold. You said pick me up at 7:30. I'm going to pick you up. I'll see you at 7:30. Okay, I don't care to pick you up, but you have to tell me. I don't understand why you tell me 2 hours ahead of time. Just like when you go to the station, you call me like 10 minutes before. I say, I'm at the station. I said I am going at 7:30. Bye. Really? I'm gonna come at 7:30. That's what you want, right? What do you want? You want me to? All right. I'll come at 7:30 if you want. I don't understand what you want. You want me to pick you up or not?
exactly with a completely different boxing philosophy for this fight. So a lot of variables that we can't account for until these two step in the ring. And Chris, out here, a lot of talk, particularly when it comes to Anthony Joshua, but the mentality of Joshua heading into this fight. Different things coming from Joshua. He said, I don't have a confidence issue. Robert Garcia saying, we do need to build his confidence coming into this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I said this at the top. Technically, Joshua has everything he needs in order to win this fight.
defeating Andy Ruiz to recapture his title for the first time, he says he's rewired his mentality and will look for a wholesale change of approach in the ring. He's even traveled back to Saudi Arabia, the site of his last revenge. But this time it feels even bigger, even more nice. So he heads into battle with a new coach, Robert Garcia, for the first time in 11 years. A victory would be a colossal moment for British boxing, a defining win in his career. But a loss would call into question just how many more colossal moments like this one Joshua could be a part of. Selling the broadcast rights to this fight, Usyk went to Saudi Arabia and said, I want the rights to give it to my country for free. They gave it to him, and there will be an astronomical audience watching in Ukraine tonight. As we take a look at the tail of the tape, same as it was last year. Alexander Usyk now 35, Anthony Joshua now 32. All the physical advantages go to Anthony Joshua. Now it's time to find out who will leave the true heavyweight champion. Let's send it down to Michael Buffer.
Champion champion of the world, Alexander.
Okay, guys, I'll give you instruction in the dressing room. Okay? No pressure.
3 years ago, Anthony Joshua was right here on Saudi soil, attempting to win back his titles and reclaim his status as the top heavyweight. He was successful that night, but you can make the case it was the spoils that come with being a champion that beat Andy Ruiz as much as it was Joshua. This time, AJ has a strong, talented, and focused Alexander Usyk in front of him. Anthony Joshua can't just be good to win this fight. He's going to have to be great. Round one. The heavyweight championship of the world on the line. Alexander Usyk. Southpaw in the colors of Ukraine. Anthony Joshua in the all-black trunks, just like his boxing idol, Mike Tyson.
In the first fight, Usyk came out very aggressive, was able to back Joshua up right away, using that lateral head movement and straight left hands right down the middle.
Usyk said earlier this week, he acknowledged, listen, we've had almost a year to study one another again. It might look a little bit different. There are also advantages if you're Usyk to being able to fight an opponent like Joshua after tasting his power for the first time. Reminds me a little bit of how Ricardo Alvarez fought Gennady Golovkin the second time. He was a little more cautious the first time around. 12 rounds of experience with Golovkin enabled him to be more assertive in the second fight. I will say in the opening minute here, guys, Joshua looks a little less reactive to all the movement in the face of Usyk. He's not mirroring Usyk quite as much as he was in the first contest, at least in the opening minute. You know, conversely though, Corey, this fight is once again being fought in the center of the ring, at least in the first minute and a half of the first round. That is an area that Alexander Usyk wants this fight to be. Jab gets through there from Usyk.
The major difference I see already is that Anthony Joshua is bending his legs. He's changing levels much better than he was in the first fight, where he stood very tall and was in range for straight left hands.
Quiet start here through the opening half of the opening round. And one area Joshua was successful in the middle rounds of the first fight was body shots. That's the best way to slow down the movement of Usyk.
That's the second body shot that he's thrown this round. Just as you said that, Chris.
The right hand to the body landed from Joshua.
I have no idea.
Got through from Usyk there. Perhaps the first left hand to break through the guard of Joshua.
She said she's not getting out until 9 or 10
Joshua being very
o'clock.
smart, very economical with his punches, fighting long.
She said, you want to pick me up at 7:30? I said, okay. She said, oh, no, never mind.
Absolutely one is big for him being a southpaw, being that right hand, that lead jab in front. Also, the fact that he's such a so short, right hand, so free flowing.
Final 10 seconds of an interesting opening round. Joshua trying to make adjustments, but Usyk maybe getting the last word with that left hand.
That's not great.
Get the parts fast and the job done faster.
Very tactical opening round for these two heavyweights. We see that up jab. I said that Usyk has a very free-flowing lead hand. He's very creative with that shot, often leading you to think that that hand's coming and then drops that left hand down the middle. We didn't see a lot of left hands in that round, but that right hand was busy.
So you learned something there in the corner. Angel Fernandez is operating as the chief second. He is the man in the ring. Robert Garcia, you can see him in the picture there, but he is outside the ring, operating as a trainer. Round 2 on lockstep throughout this training camp. They have very different training backgrounds, and I'll be curious to see if they're in sync when it comes to the advice.
Speaking of in sync, you heard the word rhythm in the corner. Anthony Joshua is showing fantastic rhythm so far. He's got his level changes, he's moving side to side. He landed a very good straight right hand to the body to open this round.
What I haven't seen from Usyk yet is kind of unleashing that straight left hand that had success against Joshua in the first fight.
Joshua's been elusive. We wouldn't normally think of him as an elusive fighter, but he's brought a new level to his game tonight.
Joshua jabs back down to the body. Usyk trying to get his jab working. That clean hand is always working for Usyk, but Joshua able to come over his top fit, and now takes a left hook to the body. Right along the belt line and a right hand down the middle from Anthony Joshua. And a body shot set up that overhand right.
Two punches that were really lacking in the first fight from Anthony Joshua were the left jab, which he didn't land many of. He landed one earlier, and that left hook to the body. Putting those in combination is a great idea for Anthony Joshua.
Joshua just missed with that left hook a moment ago. Perhaps you can speak to this. The posture of Joshua seems a little bit different in this fight. You mentioned the knee bend, but just overall, he seems to be approaching Usyk much differently.
Absolutely, he's being more aggressive, he's being more heavy on that front foot, he's being the bigger man, but also staying low is helping him stay out of range of those shots. There's that up jab again.
Joshua wise to come right back with the jab in the zone.
Joshua's putting a lot of physical pressure on Usyk this fight, very different than the first fight, where Usyk was really the man who's putting on the pressure, both mental and physical.
And he showed good commitment through these first 2 rounds of making sure he's making contact with the body of Usyk, making him think that those body shots are coming. You know, one constant in the career of Alexander Usyk is that no one has yet been able to lead the dance with him. There have at least been portions of these rounds so far where Joshua is the one making Usyk do something that he is deciding to do.
Yeah, Usyk is having to have to work very hard right now to stay in this fight.
Right down the middle there from Joshua. Final 10 seconds of an excellent round for Joshua, who sinks another right hand to the body of the champion Alexander Usyk.
Really? Break dancing and charm? And if you need a new one, we've got it. Welcome to America's #1 battery destination. AutoZone, your battery solution.
Solid round for Anthony Joshua. You see him there, landing the right hand over the top. There's another one right down the middle. Those are the kind of shots that rung Usyk's bell in the first fight. And now Joshua being much more aggressive, finding them early on.
Yeah, I like the ring generalship from Joshua through these first 2 rounds. Robert Garcia mentioned this during fight week. He doesn't want Joshua out there fighting like a Marcos Wynot, a fighter that was one of Robert's charges for many years, fought Floyd Mayweather. He fought recklessly at times. They want Joshua applying pressure, but doing it in a smart way. He's doing that so far in this fight.
When I was in camp with Robert Garcia, I sparred Marcos Wynot quite a bit, and reckless is a good way to describe his method of attack.
I think you pointed this out as well, Chris Elder, which is that when people heard Robert Garcia in the corner of Anthony Joshua, people immediately thought, okay, he's trying to build a heavyweight Brandon Rios. But Robert Garcia's tactics as a trainer are a little more diverse than that, as Joshua lands a good right hand.
I love what Joshua's doing. He's responding to every combination that Usyk throws with a body shot. Very smart to make sure that he's answering the punches coming at him, just like Usyk did in the first fight. But yes, to your point, Corey, Robert Garcia was a phenomenal boxer puncher as a champion himself, and just because he was known for training Man Rios, he's got a different kind of athlete in front of him now than Anthony Joshua.
We're seeing the athleticism of Anthony Joshua in the early
excellent rhythm from AJ thus far, keeping that slight tick-tock and up and down movement.
Joshua said the key for him in this fight is to worry about what he's going to do offensively and not be so concerned with what Usyk's doing and how he can react to it. I tell you what, again, a lot of that's new to Anthony Joshua, but I'm a little surprised Usyk has kept that left hand holstered as often as he has. Usyk lets go of that left hand. One of them lands, one of them sails past the body of Joshua. But Joshua now looking for a big uppercut, but he gets met with the left hand that you were calling for, Chris Mannix.
Starting to see the adjustment from Usyk. He's starting to up the punch output. He's upping his lateral movement.
Usyk's one of those fighters too, whether it's a Lomachenko or a Terence Crawford, they collect data in the early rounds of the fight. They see how a guy is going to fight you and make adjustments accordingly.
Good right hook moments ago landed by Anthony Joshua.
Oh, left hand comes through the guard of Anthony Joshua as round 3 comes to a close.
Here we see that right hook I mentioned toward the end of the round there from Anthony Joshua. Great variation to the right hand, something I thought he needed to do more of in the first fight. Instead of just throwing the 1-2 down the middle, that looping right hook around the glove is working very well so far.
Assertiveness from Usyk in these last couple of rounds. You can see him start to settle into this fight.
Like you said, Chris, he's got that analytical mind, and you see him collecting the data, starting to get that right hand going a little bit more, starting to land that left hand, finding his angles like that.
A little more balance in the step of Usyk as well, who comes right to the middle with a left hand.
I love the way how Usyk will throw away his lead hand to land his left and punches to where AJ's going to be, not where he is. Nice up there from AJ there, actually learning tricks from Usyk as he goes.
Joshua looking for that uppercut to the body. He's had some success throwing that right hand downstairs. Throws that one in the gloves of Usyk a moment ago, but Joshua just generally looking more threatening than he did in the early stages of the previous fight.
Aside from his posture and moving forward, I think that has a lot to do with his balance. He definitely seems much surer on his feet. I think getting lower, using those legs has been a big benefit for AJ and his power punching.
Good left hand there from Usyk. Now tries to wrap one around the guard of Joshua. You know, I would simply say this. I mean, Joshua's had success in the early part of this fight, but the real estate this fight is taking place in, it's almost identical to where it took place in the first fight, right near the middle of the ring. When in the middle of the ring, they traded some shots, and Usyk landed a good right hook.
Usyk actually put together a nice series pit of the stomach and a right up top. Anthony Joshua answered with a right hook himself.
Both men go to the body. Usyk tries to come up with the top of the left hand.
That's the second big adjustment I've seen in this fight, is the fact that Joshua is answering every combination that Usyk throws. He did not do that in the first fight.
Hard left hand down the middle from Usyk once again. This is high-level heavyweight boxing.
Here we see, as I mentioned, Usyk uses that right hand as a throwaway to mask that left hand that he throws down the middle, through the guard, and around the corner. He's a master at utilizing that right hand to land his real left hand. There's that beautiful head movement and an answer again. Slips to the outside, jabs over the top, gets away without taking a receipt. Very, very smart, beautiful movement, which looks a lot like what Usyk was able to do in the first fight.
Round 5, we'll be back in 4th fight for Bennett.
You would pick her up at 7:30. It's really early.
Last 2 rounds, don't let go of it. This is Joshua's trying to make it more physical, but this is still a boxing match. All we've heard all week long, even from members of Joshua's team, is that he can't win a boxing match. I'm curious to see if at some point he tries to make this more physical fight. There's a big sweeping right hand there on the left glove of Alexander Usyk. And part of the issue of dealing with Usyk, Rizalgiri, is how draining both physically and mentally it is, seeing the constant motion, the constant adjustments of Alexander Usyk, both with his hands and his feet.
It's also the fact that you're dealing with almost a different fighter every round. He builds as he goes. And right now we're seeing that movement to the right side, getting outside, staying invisible to Anthony Joshua while throwing punches down the line. I mean, the mental pressure is probably harder than the physical pressure from a smaller man.
And this is something Usyk did really well in the first fight. You're starting to see shades of it right now, but there's a body shot. But that one's straight low.
Yeah, that was below the belt
Yes,
line.
it did. Even when he's not trying to be, Usyk can be funny.
I'd love to see the replay and see how low that actually was.
It looked like it caught him maybe on the thigh, that left leg.
Those hurt and those can linger with you, especially from a big man like AJ.
Right, it might not be a lethal shot, but it's not like it didn't do some damage. But prior to that low blow, I was mentioning, Chris, one thing Usyk did really well in that first fight was force Joshua to punch too far across his body and getting him off balance for counts.
Absolutely. So that's what I meant by staying invisible. He stays outside that lead leg beautifully. He fights like a southpaw should. He moves to his right. He stays outside the lead foot. He's very difficult to hit with anything flush. His ability to keep that head off the center line makes him a very difficult target. Like that. Beautiful counter over the top of the jab. And that's the thing with Usyk. It doesn't have to be a power shot, because he hits you with shots you're not ready for and you don't see.
Your chance for both fighters here in Saudi Arabia, both men fan favorites.
This is where Usyk is a very dangerous man. Once he finds his rhythm, he starts feeling confident in himself. Oh, beautiful straight left hand.
Shot there. There were stories about the ferocity of Usyk in this camp.
saw something late in that round that gave me shades of the first fight. Anthony Joshua started pawing the left hand instead of snapping it. And one of the reasons is because of shots like that. Usyk has been doing a great job of slipping inside the jab and jamming with Anthony Joshua, having him run into his shot, making his jab almost like a power shot.
Yeah, there was that punch too, caught him right below that left hip.
Oh yeah, those shots on the hip bone there, those hurt a lot, and they linger with you. They can make your whole leg now.
Yeah, there are obviously some subtle differences, Chris, but to your point, this feels a lot like round 13, 14, 15 of that first fight. We're seeing it fought in a very different, a very similar style to what we saw the first fight.
Yeah, I think the more the fight goes on, it's going to look even more and more like the first fight.
Round 6 underway. Alexander Usyk, the unified heavyweight champion. Anthony Joshua trying to become a 3-time heavyweight champion.
Usyk coming out using great side-to-side head movement, good feints, firing from his movement.
It's good anticipation there by Joshua. Saw Usyk duck down to the good left.
I love that left hook to the body. That was a punch that was severely lacking in the first fight. That's something I figured he would be working on with Ricardo Alvarez.
There's Usyk with a little body work as well. Left hand downstairs and right hook right along the elbow of Anthony Joshua. And you can hear the corner of Joshua calling for that double jab. They want to operate behind that. So right now, he's only sort of flicking it out here, not throwing big on purpose.
Yeah, he's using it as a pulling rangefinder once again, which I think is very dangerous. He came out in the first round snapping the jab. He actually landed several good shots with that left hand early on. There it is again.
Usyk comes over the top of the jab again, circles out to his right. Joshua still dangerous with each and every shot, and we saw that in the first fight. You know, we look back on that first fight as a masterful boxing performance from Alexander Usyk, but it wasn't like he didn't have to battle through adversity, and it wasn't like he wasn't hurt at times in that fight either.
Absolutely, Corey. I mean, Joshua did a lot of really good things in that fight. He's a dangerous puncher. He's a very sharp, technical puncher. Beautiful body work here by Joshua as Usyk touches the ropes.
Final minute of round 6. As Joshua continuing to have success to the body when he is targeting the midsection.
Got some swelling again over the right eye, which we saw in the first bout as well.
Oh, good combination from Usyk. A snapping right hook coming around the guard of Joshua.
That's one thing we're seeing earlier tonight is the combination punching from Usyk. Nice straight right hand. Feinted to get the opening there.
Usyk comes right back with a combination of his own. A right hand connects, so does a left hand, now goes back downstairs. And a jab up through the guard of Anthony Joshua.
Notice how Joshua is no longer responding to those combinations like he was in the earlier rounds. Here you see long 1-2s down the middle, and then the body work. Very, very smart, nice adjustment. This is exactly what I called for him to be successful in this fight. So throw straight punches down the middle where he had success in the first fight, and then follow up with body shots. Although those shots upstairs didn't land all that cleanly, he's still been able to answer and respond to the body, keeping Usyk from firing back and stealing the moment.
I think Usyk is a terrific defensive fighter. Among his many skills, his head movement, you can see obviously on screen, but if you watch these replays, he's getting that guard up every time Joshua's looking for something big.
Well, think about it. I think if those shots are landed cleanly, the fight would probably be over already. He is that good at defending and taking the brunt off a lot of these shots.
Round 7 begins, and that's what makes Alexander Usyk
Robert Garcia was calling for pressure in the Anthony Joshua corner.
Well, and there seemed to be the belief, there was the expressed belief in that corner that the pressure would eventually break Usyk down. That they're seemingly happy with what Joshua is doing so long as he keeps going to the body, so long as he stays in front of Usyk.
That's an interesting thought to me. I'm not reading that at all. I don't see that. First of all, I don't see a ton of pressure being applied to Usyk. I also don't see him breaking anytime soon.
Yeah, if you're expecting Alexander Usyk to break down, a guy that's been in several championship level distance fights, it might be wishful thinking.
And against guys with a much higher output than Anthony Joshua.
One positive for Joshua, guys, according to CompuBox right now, Joshua has landed 16 body shots. He only landed 15 total in the first fight. So there is something, perhaps, to what Garcia has seen.
Oh, there's absolutely been a tactical adjustment from the Anthony Joshua side. Body shots being a major part of that.
Speaking of body shots, there was a good one from Usyk a moment ago. There's a sharp left hand, just coming right from the shoulder. Snaps the head out of Joshua, and another one, and another.
That was a sneaky left hand for Usyk there on the inside. It seems like AJ seems to be falling into some of those old habits and needs to make an adjustment himself.
Usyk just batting away the lead hand of Joshua. Goes back down to the body where he has had success in this fight. He's falling into the dance of Alexander Usyk once again as we come to the end of round 7.
Nice head movement there from Anthony Joshua. Some nice popping work from Usyk. That was a beautiful, again, it goes back to slipping inside the jab, comes with the left hand over the top, beautifully executed counter punch there. A dangerous one as well, to slip inside the jab that way and then to throw your punch that tight to thread the needle and land on an orthodox fighter. Very impressive.
Let's take a look at Chris Mannix's scorecard here, Chris. Yeah, I've got 68-65 in favor of Alexander Usyk. Or you phrased it that Joshua is sort of falling into this Usyk dance. I think that's the appropriate way to describe it. Usyk has now kind of taken control of the pace of this fight. He's had a lot of success. His tactics, Chris Algieri, are just, they're basic boxing at its best. Just simple slips. Left, right. He's not doing anything special. He's just doing it at an extremely high level. So once again, we have the issue in the center of the ring where there's some condensation. I saw Joshua during that last round slip a little bit, a little down. Now we have that problem once again.
Yeah, for those of us just joining us, we had this issue in the fight prior where we had two heavyweights that were slipping consistently, especially as the rounds wore on.
Yeah, Jamie Zhang actually fell down after slipping in the ring. Now Joshua himself will get toweled off as well. So we await the true start to round 8. Here we go. You know, back to the slips of Alexander Usyk as well. You know, oftentimes we think of head movement as just a defensive mechanism in boxing. For Usyk, it's a predecessor to his offense as well. And it's making you consider where that left hand in particular is coming from.
Well, yeah, it's a setup, and it's also it blinds his movement. He's not an in and out boxer where he's changing his critical distance line. He's a side to side fighter. He moves laterally, so it allows him to always be in range to counter. He takes those little slips and he's right there and hits you with the counter shot, which we've seen consistently today. There it is again. Beautiful slip inside outside.
Good body shot from Joshua.
There it is again.
Back downstairs with the left hook.
Certainly not a direct comparison, but I was thinking of the George Foreman-Michael Moore fight. George Foreman being the bigger guy, the power puncher, fighting the southpaw. He used sweeping left hands to walk Moore into a right hand. I feel like that would be a great tactic for Joshua.
Latter half of the 8th round.
punching is proving difficult once again for Anthony.
Uppercut on the inside from Usyk, but body shots from Joshua. The best action of the fight at the end of round 8. And a smile from Joshua as he goes back to his corner.
Here we see a great left hook to the liver by Anthony Joshua, which is pretty consistent in that last round, and one that he should really focus on, especially on both sides. Here we see from the other side the right hook and then back to the left.